everyone, and welcome to the final day of the Grand Finals here at the Night of Champions by Ruthless, I8 Esports. This is it, ladies and gents. I mean, the home stretch with only 5 matches left. Technically it's 4. Everything is on the line and teams know it. The leaderboard is tight and every point earned today could make or break their shot at glory. So I'm thrilled to be casting alongside the amazing Contra as we bring you all the action from what promises to be an unforgettable finale. Again, this is your girl Red Queen, and this is the Night of Champions by Ruthless, I8 Esports.
Absolutely. I'm pretty stoked to be on board as well, as it's been absolutely quite a while since I've been able to actually cast here. And of course, here in the Night of Champions, over on the course of yesterday, we've seen certain teams thrive, and that's for Medical Vibes currently leading the pack. But I'm pretty sure that the rest of these teams are definitely hungry to get themselves a bite of that chicken dinner. And it's only down to these 5 rounds to dictate who's going to be the champions of the night.
I feel like they're famished, Contra. We've already seen some big plays and crazy moments from teams like, say, For Miracle Vibes, Vampire Esports. We also have Dplus KIA. But the question is, just like what you said just a while ago, who's going to step up when it matters most? I mean, this is the stage where champions are made, and with so much talent on display, you just know we're in for surprises, clutches, and a lot of jaw-dropping plays.
Absolutely. Of course, looking at the current standpoint, I'm pretty sure that there is definitely going to be some resurgence coming from certain teams who are looking to catch up to the speed of what was offered from the side of 4MV. Of course, if you guys are joining us here for the very first time, or you might have actually missed out on certain action coming from yesterday's run, don't worry, we'll get you guys covered in a short while, where of course we'll show you guys how the schedule's looking like, and of course who's contending, and of course most importantly, what are the stakes involved for all the teams that are on board.
What are your expectations coming in for day number 2 of the Grand Finals? Well, I mean, for me, I do wonder if the Chinese teams are in the mood, to get some chicken dinners for today. But before that, ladies and gents, let's talk about the point system. So I know this is very basic. We all know this by heart. And, per elimination, a team will definitely get 1 point. So as you can see on the screen, the first place automatically gets 10 points. And when you placed at 9th, well, that's when you start getting those zeros.
Absolutely, and of course, nobody really wanted to sit anywhere between rock bottom or so. So obviously, we'll see certain teams basically batting it out for, placement points as well as elimination points all together. So it definitely will be a pretty challenging task for some of the teams. Like you did mention, the PL side seem to have a little bit of struggles on their stride. So hopefully, they will be able to bounce back up, and who knows? We might even see them surpass some of those teams who are currently sitting at the top 3.
Well, yeah. I mean, there's the late surge coming from D Savior as well as RQ yesterday. So maybe we'll see something like that happen for day number 2 of the Grand Finals. Anyway, just like what we've mentioned since day number 1 of the Grand Finals, this is more like a sprint than a marathon, because we only have 2 days. That's a total of 8 matches for the teams to make something happen and maybe grab the crown as the champion of the Night of Champions.
Yeah, of course, and that being said, there's definitely a little bit of pressure surmounting on some of these guys out there, as we've been playing on a round-robin format where each team will get to play a total of 8 matches in the span of these past 2 days. So we'll be rotating groups to actually see how these teams will be able to fare up against each other. So that being said, of course, I haven't really got a close look into the group since I did actually miss out some of the action. So of course, you can also remind the audience out there, who are some of the hard hitters coming in from each respective side.
Hard hitters. Okay. I mean, there's no doubt that, For Miracle Vibes, I think, is always on a mission to kind of dominate every tournament that they lay their hands on. But hey, I mean, Dplus KIA also kind of showed up yesterday. I mean, they won a chicken dinner down in Miramar. We also have 4 Thrives. Noki actually contributed at least 80% of team contribution. So I mean, he carried a lot of those gameplays, for Four Thrives.
Yeah, and that being said, I'm pretty sure that they're definitely going to be gunning for a whole lot more for this evening. So I definitely want to keep my eyes onto them if I were you guys out there. So, of course, we'll let you guys enjoy the show. Make sure you guys support your favorite teams on board, as we'll definitely show you all of these awesome action that we do have throughout the span of the night. Of course, wherever you guys are from, make sure you guys are hitting that subscribe button here on Ruthless I8 Esports, as we're about to get ourselves ready for our maps to be played out. So far, Red Queen, when we go into some of all the matches, we definitely have seen a lot of these teams get a lot more familiarized with one another. And I'm just thinking that perhaps today they got something special cooked up for, the guys who are currently holding on to that top 2 position. But mainly, I guess it's all about halting the onslaught coming in from 4MB.
I'm really hoping for that to happen. I mean, just like what you said, there will definitely be a lot of resurgence. I mean, BTR, that wasn't the usual performance that they kind of show us, but today, since this is already the last day for the grand finals, I do hope they bring their A game, and I want to see more of Federalis, from Bigetron. Are they called Red Aliens? Are they still Red Knights? I don't know. So many Reds, to be honest. But anyway, the overall MVP is none other than your guy, Doc of former Gulf Vibes, setting up a total of 12 elimination points in total.
Yeah, my man out here be racking big numbers out there, and the damage numbers so far are looking to be pretty absurd, if you ask me. So, of course, we expect him to do even a whole lot more heading into the matches that will be played out later on. So, that said, I'm pretty sure that there's also going to be other players out there coming in from the South Asia region to also try to match up to the speed of it. So that's it. When we take a look at some of the numbers out there, 12 elimination points so far gathered to be one of the highest out there. So, of course, we expect nothing less coming in from the very best out of Mongolia.
Yes, and also one of the players who got the MVP title yesterday, scoring a total of, if I'm not mistaken, it was 10 or maybe 11 points. That was La Par. So outstanding gameplay. I mean, that guy has been, achieving a lot, as an individual player. And I feel like, whatever team that he becomes part of, I think is going to do great. And speaking of those players who kind of stood out yesterday after 5 matches, we also got Top from 4MB. Actually, the whole roster is here. Concha, except of course for Nobu coming from Dplus KIA.
Yeah, and that's it. Eventually, we'll get him to be able to, of course, come up ahead. But for Miracle Vibe so far, just basically getting everything on the right note. And I think that they're going to be able to show up once again, unless, of course, Dplus KIA are able to challenge that statement. So we'll definitely want to keep a close look onto some of these guys coming from Dplus KIA, because over onto the standings, Dplus KIA is still pretty much within grasp if they could score maybe a couple of chicken dinners or so.
Yeah, man. Former Vibes did make it really easy. Getting a lot of elimination points yesterday. 2 winner chicken dinners is not a joke. They've been landing a double-digit score for every match, so there's really no question, no doubt that they are at the top of the leaderboard. But then again, a team might challenge them to get that spot, because I feel like those teams, especially at the bottom, might do something extraordinary for today and maybe surprise us with a lot of jaw-dropping clutches that we speak of every time we play Pubg. Now, overall fraggers, ladies and gents, again, we've got Talk at the top spot. We've got we've got Lapar as well from RQ, Rifus from Former Vibes, and Revo of Alpha 7. See, this is something that perhaps not really expected, because everyone kind of expecting Carillo to be the one putting up the numbers for the team, but it was Revo last night.
Yeah, and you take a look at the damage numbers over on the course of Rebel. He's done even way more than what MG did throughout the span of this run. But of course, barring those guys coming in from the rest of 4 Miracle Vibes who are hitting that 2K average. So that's absolutely lethal. And then when we take a close look into the charts coming in from 4 Miracle Vibes, everybody was on point, and therefore they've racked up the most eliminations and also the most chicken dinner so far, with 2 under that belt at the moment. RQ on the rise, while we also do have Vampire Esports to be placed onto second. Following closely has been Dplus KIA, so we'll definitely want to see if he can keep that pace. Meanwhile, of course, we do have 4T to be on number 5, LGD, one of the PEL favorites to be still on the block over on the top 6 here. We hope to actually see more coming in from the side of TT Gaming as well as Tianba, where they're currently stuck with only those 12 points.
Oh yeah, Dplus KIA reminded everyone why they are a team to fear, securing the WWCD in game number 4 in Miramar. Yes, they're currently holding on to the 3rd place with 38 points. There's also, of course, the crowd favorite, HORAA Esports. We'll be seeing their placement in just a while. What I can say about HORAA Esports, because I know we've got a lot of Purple Hearts down there in the comment section, they're having a bit of a rough start, to be honest. I mean, currently sitting at 17th place. They'll need to adjust their game plan for today. But I mean, you never count on a fan favorite, right? I mean, so with the leaderboard heating up and the pressure rising, today's matches are going to be a blast. That is for sure. So the question is, who's going to step up and steal the show?
Yeah, and speaking of which, of course, so there's going to be plenty of them who are, whether if they have big stakes involved for these grand finals or not, they're going to be able to play spoilers, and that's the fun of it. Weibo, Roadwaters, JDG so far not really having the best of run. Perhaps, you know, some of the ping differentials when they do have international tournaments to be held online is where certain regions might actually see some form of struggle. But of course, we'll still want to see maybe a little bit of fight going on coming from these guys to be able to claw their way out of the rut. But you know, to chase up against 4 Miracle Vibes might be a little bit too hard to do, but at least we want to see how far can they push themselves within 5 rounds notice.
Okay, so I mean, ThunderTalk, Tianba, JDG, RW, and Weibo Gaming, I mean, all sitting at the bottom of the leaderboard, right? I mean, it does make you wonder if there's like a bigger strategy at play here. I mean, Chinese teams are known for their calculated approaches, and it wouldn't be surprising if they're holding back their full arsenal to avoid exposing their strategies ahead of more critical tournaments. I mean, this could be a deliberate move to test new tactics, perhaps, you know, experiment with rotations, or like maybe even scout their opponent's play style, you know, without revealing too much of their own. After all, I mean, these teams have a reputation for stepping up when it matters most, and they might be treating the Night of Champions as a learning opportunity rather than an all-out battle. I mean, that being said, staying at the bottom of the leaderboard does come with risks. You know, it can affect morale and fan perception, but if this is part of their plan, we might see them unleash their aggression in the final matches to kind of remind everyone why they are a force to be reckoned with.
Yeah, I do think that some of these teams definitely do have a couple of tricks up their sleeve, because they're not exactly showing that full potential just yet, because we know how good they are, even back in their home leagues and even in the international stages. But, you know, I think that there's definitely some bigger events cooking up. Of course, we'll let you guys in on to some spoilers later towards the show. So, of course, we'll keep ourselves grounded for now. But yeah, we do have certain announcements, but we'll definitely have to hold back on that. Speaking of which, of course, let's take a look at the schedule of the night. We'll kick off in Miramar to keep things spicy, and then we move over on to Erangel. And of course, this maps will rotate all the way till match 10, and we will end the night with Miramar. My favorite map of it all. I'm happy to see at least 3 to be played for tonight.
Okay, so yesterday we started with the Erangel, so we're kind of mixing things up, and now we're starting in Miramar and capping things off in Miramar. Okay, this is interesting. Okay, 2 Erangels in between, just like a juicy patty in a burger. But I think we are also going to have our prediction in just a while. Actually, I'm already thinking like, okay, who am I gonna pick?
Well, if there's going to be any prediction, and if Vampire Esports is starting off in this group, I'll be voting for them. I mean, they're the closest ones to be able to match the kind of tempo that Formidable Vibes is putting up for the moment. So, if that's going to be the case, I'm going Vampire Esports.
Ooh, okay. You know what? I'm also gonna be mixing things up a bit. You know, usually I say, okay, I'm gonna count on HORAA Esports as my first pick, but this time I'm gonna change things. But I feel like they're not playing for this round. BTR not playing for the first round, right? So if they're not playing that, okay, I'm gonna go with HORAA Esports. You know, I feel like since they are at the bottom of the page here, Sky wouldn't let that one happen for too long. I feel like the resurgence that we were talking about just a while ago will definitely happen for HORAA Esports for the first match this evening.
Yeah, of course, you can lock that one in. Now let's hear from production. You know, it's my first day on the job once again. I'm hoping to at least match what production has been able to achieve every other season, where they just beat us to a pulp, right, Andy? So hopefully I can put a little bit of a draw. So, yep, he's not holding back. He says, nope, no can do. We're just gonna be unchaseable. And so does Formidable Vibes. They're definitely looking really good. So it's kind of like a no-brainer option out there. But of course, those of you guys who are tuning in, do let us know. Don't fight against each other in the chat too much. I know it gets spicy in the chat, but you know, of course, you can have friendly banners, but make sure, of course, you keep it all friendly.
I mean, production loves to go for the big boys, you know, at the get-go. They actually won that 1 point from Formidable Vibes, so I mean, they were on a rampage yesterday, and I feel like they're gonna carry over that same energy back to day number 2. But they've already set quite a substantial amount in terms of lead points, so I feel like they're gonna slow down a bit, at least for the first few games, at least first half of the day number 2. So yeah, maybe I'm right, maybe I'm wrong, and that's the beauty of the game, right? It's unpredictability.
Yeah, that's the whole thing. You got 20 teams to choose from. Okay, certain teams are taking a little bit of break in between their mix rotation of groups, but of course we'll definitely see that 1 out of 16 odds. If anything, like, we definitely do predict that these teams will be able to perhaps secure a top 5 position. We've seen it time and time again, where of course internationally or even regionally, HORAA Esports have been able to actually make a mark. But of course, with small little changes heading to each respective rosters, things definitely get a little bit more interesting moving into what this 2025 season has been looking like, especially for, you know, a lot of teams coming from Southeast Asia. We've talked about BTR, with of course Federal is now brought right in, and I've just heard, you know, the stories of what really happened to Harame Bros, and hopefully, you know, Rangers. I'm rooting for these guys to be able to make a big bounce back in the international scene.
Oh yeah, I'm rooting for them to be honest. Well, there's also RQ and D Savior. You know, again, both teams actually had a late surge yesterday, creeping up the leaderboards. RQ climbed 6 spots, if I'm not mistaken. I did say this, I think, in my most recent content. You know, I did a recap of day number 1 of the Night of Champions. Lapar is already proving his worth. I mean, like, he was able to pull off a lot of clutches yesterday, and I'm excited to see a lot more coming from Lapar playing for RQ. I mean, he complements the game style and really did a lot of impact, especially I guess the play style with Nerpeko. Both of them are actually pretty aggressive in terms of getting those elimination points with the rotations as well, and maybe getting those right angles and getting those right shots at the right moment. So I feel like, yeah, we'll definitely be seeing a lot more of RQ and D Savior for today's set of matches.
Yeah, I'm glad that you actually brought them up because looking at how they've been really working hard throughout not only this tournament, but even in the recent ones that I've been involved in as well. RQ to me is this kind of engine where once they get hot, they really do go full speed on anybody out there. And to me, I've always been impressed by the work rate of Nepeko because he's been here for so many years right now, ever since the debut of even the PMCO days. So to actually see him play at this rate where he's considered kind of like a dinosaur in this era of young guns out there. But Nepeko, he always hits super hard, and he's definitely the main guy of RQ alongside with now Lapar to be, that front runner to be able to match up to that speed. So RQ, I'm definitely keeping my eyes on them. Also not forgetting names like Void Donkey coming in from Indonesia as well. But of course, they're just going to be looking to be playing a little bit more tactically from what the looks of it has been. So who knows? We might actually see something special coming out of some of these guys.
Who you calling a fossil, Contra? Who you calling a fossil?
I've already name dropped. Don't make me do it again.
But yeah, I mean, veterans, I feel like their best arsenal would be their experience, right? I mean, yes, the young bloods might have the reflex. Maybe they're faster in terms of like with the trigger and stuff like that. But with the right amount of experience, I think when you've played a lot of years, in the global stage, in the local stage, in the community, I feel like it will always be an advantage, right? And if you have, like a solid team backing you up, like Lapar over here, I mean, he's also from BTR, and I feel like they complement each other a lot, and it's actually projecting in how they, play inside the battlefield.
Yeah, it definitely does complement it overall, and especially when you see the entire roster of BTR right now is stacked with, all these young guns out there who's definitely vying to basically run over anybody in tournaments. But I'm looking at strategically, I think that BTR still has time to form themselves into a consistent form of margin of execution. Of course, we'll definitely have to see what Coach Ken will be implementing throughout these 5 matches, as we've already got the timer on screen. So, ladies and gents, I hope you guys got your snacks and drinks ready, because we're about to have a real good time here in the PUBG Mobile Ruthless Night of Champions. So, Red Queen, are you ready?
Am I ready? I've been ready since this morning. I mean, we've only got 5 matches left for this tournament, so I'm already looking forward as to who is going to wear the crown for the Night of Champions.
Here we go into the first flight of the night, as we will dive right into Miramar. Don't mind the words on your screen, as we're going to be moving into the Dusty Dunes for sure. Now, this is going to be starting off over on the northern portion of the territory, and so far, I haven't seen anyone actually diving out there. And I do believe that we're going to be having maybe a little bit of switch up of what the overview is going to be looking like, because I don't recall Erangel to be so dusty on the terrains.
Oh, yeah. I do wonder if Pachinki will still all remain to be a hot drop. Nigma Galaxy as well, D Savior always battle it out in this particular spot right here. I mean, we all know D Savior, and we all know that it's their territory, right? Pachinki is their territory, but we've got a team here that is already all confident to challenge them for this spot. So that is one of the clashes that we look forward to in just a moment. So if we are going to pay a little attention to the left side of the screen here, we can see the players, of course, with their stats, highest damage and elimination points go to For Miracle Doc. We also got Top and, of course, Lapar mixed in the roster, in the lineup, and we'll see, since this is all I mean, the beginning of the game, we'll definitely see a lot of players getting shuffled in terms of their stats coming from that left side of the screen later on.
Yeah, and speaking of which, it is going to be a difficult task for Miracle Vibes to be journeying their way into the zone, since the flight has skewered over on the north point, and on top of that, they're always moving into areas like Chimichera, so it's going to be a long rotation for them. Meanwhile, there's a little bit of action coming into the quarters, where the Saber, they're already picking on a battle. Speaking of which, definitely it's thrown right out there. Nate holding it down all alone while he is trying to see if he could just find just about enough space to challenge the rest of these guys over on the corner of Elpozo. And just like that, that swing comes through, and that is Nigma Galaxy here, securing the first blood.
Right on the jugular right there. I mean, first job, and D-Savior already had one casualty, and then down goes Natty as well. So we have the tandem of Levi's and Paragin. I do wonder where Lamborghini is at the moment. But okay, let's see. Levi's, he has a shotgun, and if I'm not mistaken, Natty was holding to an M416, but it is no match when it comes to a shotgun over a CQC5. So let's see if Nigma Galaxy can pull off a great win up against D-Saber now that they do have that number advantage up against their opponents.
Is looking very highly likely, and this is going to be a double swing coming out of these members of Nigma Galaxy. D-Saber does have a couple of Molotovs to be put into great effect as he's hoping to at least zone one member away. Here comes the jump shot as he Wow, what a timely swing for both Paragin as well as Levi's as they go blow for blow. Now it's even up, 2 versus 2.
He jumps, he shoots, and he scores! Oh my goodness, that was beautifully done. Coming from the side of D-Saber, now checking Nigma Galaxy. D-Saber amazingly was able to flip the script over to NG. And man, we're looking at Snowmix over here as the last remaining player. He's desperately trying so hard to do that massive spray to try and knock down Patagine from that exchange. Unfortunately, he's been getting a lot of damage from that counter as well of D-Saber. Now the clock is ticking, and I don't think Snowmix has enough resources to kind of heal himself in this situation. So the future is not bright for game number 1 of Nigma Galaxy, and actually they're the first team to get booted out in Miramar.
It's just crazy, right? You look at the confidence of D-Saber on that swing. He already knows that there's 2 different angles that he has to take on with just a Molotov just to zone out certain areas where he's hoping that player does not swing out. And then eventually, once they sorted those 2, he knows that Aaron's over onto the other side of the quarters. And Paragin still nails him down. 3 takedowns, absolutely ridiculous work coming from D-Saber, despite losing those 2 members early on.
Yeah, it was a phenomenal exchange, and I guess it was a showcase of like how fast he was on the trigger right there, and also the timing. You have to have that perfect timing, and it was a beautiful aim to begin with, and it was just so amazing because obviously Nigma Galaxy already had the advantage. They do have the numbers. You know, at an early onset, D-Savior already lost 2 of their members, but with that exchange, with that kind of confidence, they pushed in and flipped the script, just like what I said a while ago. Nigma Galaxy, the first team to get ousted.
Yeah, it's super impressive. Of course, Nigma Galaxy was taken aback as well. All the weapons were really good for, you know, close quarter combat, and then they barely got looted up. It just goes to show that D-Saber really knows the ins and outs of the entire city of El Pozo. But I guess they got more company because the rest of Weibo is also around the vicinity. For MV, they're going to take a slower rotation, while A1 Esports is going to have a couple of members of ESI8 to also deal with over onto the quarters of Los Leones. I mean, phase 1, it's not going to be all too worrisome, whereas we're already getting quite a number of teams inside of the zone. As we could take a close look, and that's Nongshim RedForce is driving very closely towards our RQ.
Yeah, and Los Leones is pretty crowded up as well. I mean, we got A1 and ASI8 Might have an altercation soon enough, but we'll just have to wait and see since, Miramar is kind of a big map and there's plenty of space to go at the moment. Well, we also got Weibo Gaming. It's good that you mentioned them a while ago because yesterday Weibo Gaming just got in the game and played with only two of their members. So it's great to see that they're a complete squad right now. They're down there at El Pozo, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, El Pozo. They might find their way up against the Savior, but Pathogen is the only player left in El Pozo because Levi's is a bit far away from him, but he's pretty close with Four Thrives, who is actually driving by down the road, getting and prepping themselves up to get inside the circle.
Yeah, that's going to be a pretty interesting altercation if that ever happens. Now, taking a look at the side of Nongshim RedForce, this is a team that's been on the rise as of late. Or even when it comes down to their own regionals, they've always been out there to be able to match up to the likes of Dplus KIA. Well, Quashbu's seen a little bit of a movement coming into that shack, and from the looks of it, A7 Esports, they actually start off in the perfect area of play. Once they drop into Valdemar, they already were hit center in the zone. So all eyes are definitely on A7 on how much could they actually do in the span of this round. Meanwhile, ThunderTalk is pretty spread thinly. So I am kind of concerned. I mean, ThunderTalk didn't really have a good run from yesterday's bout, and I'm hoping to see even more. These Sabers pretty much caught up. It's now down to these members of Weibo to be able to settle scores.
Yeah, but they're already at a disadvantage, so it kind of overwhelming that you get to. You go up against a full squad, so it's hard to kind of defend yourself. But since you mentioned Alpha 7, I feel like most of us are extremely happy that Ruthless was able to close them down and made them participate here in the Night of Champions. Alpha 7 Esports, yeah, I mean, they've had like one heck of a year in 2024. The run at the EWC 2024, was absolutely legendary. But here we go. I mean, before we dive into that again, let's just check out what is happening between Alpha 7 and RQ. And I believe 2 members from RQ already knocked down on the ground if they haven't sent back to the lobby just yet.
Yeah, overall, they've been fighting their way out of this one. Carrillo getting in a little bit of action. Meanwhile, Levi's holding down the rest of these members of Weibo Gaming. And just... Oh my word! The Savior! They took down 2 squads! Earlier, it was just by a duo, and this time, all hands on deck for Levi's. He's acing out WBG.
The solo Avenger. Yeah. I saw what you did to my comrade, and I'm coming from for revenge. Yeah, that's exactly what happened. It was a nice play. Now he bagged 5 elimination points under his belt, so tremendously done. 14 teams remaining, stage 2 here in Miramar. Alpha 7 right back on your screen. Ladies and gents, we're looking at Mafioso. Okay, I think he's doing a massive spray there up against RQ. Was he able to hit his target, though? I think he was able to cause enough damage. But let's see what RQ is going to do in this situation, because HORAA Esports, Jiggle is also within proximity here. I think he's inside that compound.
Yeah, it's pretty rough for the rest of RQ as they are slowly getting withered down, and that is just a tough ordeal. I was expecting a whole lot more as they kickstart the day here inside Miramar, but it seems like it's not going to get any easier from here on. Only 1 member survives as 4 tribes. They managed to, of course, see a little bit of a glimpse of these members of HORAA Esports coming right through, and they are just pinstering them down. Alak, a little tick of health left, but he gets the job done on that DPS.
Oh my goodness. Falak was also the one who shut down No Fair, if I'm not mistaken. So he actually got 3 players from HORAA, was it? Or maybe 2 players, that is. But anyway, okay, here comes the 3. Okay, we're talking about just a 3rd HORAA Esports member getting knocked down by Falak. So right now, Jiggle is the only surviving member for the Purple Heart. Let's see what's going to happen as Jiggle tries to play Ring Around the Rosy here up against Falak, and was able to get him knocked down on the ground. But great follow-up, though, coming from IQQ. And that was the end of the line for HORAA Esports, exiting the game with only 2 points.
Very clean moves out there. Falak was absolutely confident to go in for that 1v1 challenge, and they did not bunch up because they understand that Jiggle had a shotgun of his own. So That being said, HORAA Esports, they were pretty much bunched into a really tight corner to play with. Speaking of which, we're going into the middle of the valley, just right across Graveyard as well as Minas Generales. Meanwhile, for Emily, are driving into the territory alongside the side of C1 over on south side. So we're going to see a big maneuver coming in from Champions Esports. Whether or not can they overwhelm the defending winners so far for Miracle Vibes are just going to secure themselves that compound as they do get a bird's eye vision over onto these rotating members, but not so far from the trades. While we still believe it's 1v1, and here comes another D-Saber. They are just aiming to get rid of everybody out there, and Levi's does it all alone.
Man, at this point, when you're all alone, usually panic starts to creep in, but I don't think it's the same case with Levi's over here. I mean, he's the sole surviving member of the Savior, and at this point, when that's the case, usually go for like a place to chill, like wait for the zone to shrink, pick a smarter battles, and maybe just engage, towards the end of the zone here, but not for Levi's. And now looking out for Thrives, ladies and gents, 5 points under their belt, but with 1 casualty, Noki is completely out of the game here, and there you go. That was the end of the line for D Savior, but still, what a gameplay coming from Levi's. 9 elimination points for the team.
Yeah, and he took out the entirety of Weibo Gaming, and eventually down to 1 versus RQ. You definitely can put all your money on Levi's to get it sorted. But, of course, 9 points. Still a fair shot for these guys out there. Meanwhile, A1 Esports being lobbed with grenades coming in from LGD. A tall task, but LGD is just slowly zoning them out over on the corner zone while they are trying to fend for themselves, spotting out from far. Afusuke, a grenade as Hitman at least trades right back. LGD slowly lifting around, and this is just Sinister as well as Hitman working in tandem, hoping to find Tian with a couple more tosses, but it is not going to be all too easy. Afu still yet to be picked up, but they should just call it a truce at this moment and look for the zone instead.
Oh my goodness, there are actually a lot of teams right at the edge of the circle. This particular spot right here, I feel like we have at least 4 teams just within proximity here. But LGD Gaming doing an incredible job so far, gatekeeping A1. I mean, A1 did enter the game with only 3 players, so automatically they're already at a disadvantage here. But Hitman still trying to do a massive counter here, just picking his angles right. I mean, he was almost able to put down one of the players from LGD, but he wasn't as successful. I mean, it was almost, but great reflex though coming from the side of LGD. But let's see if A1 Esports can still make things happen, even if they're down to just 2 players here.
Yeah, it's not going to be all too easy of a task as you got the rest of these LGD members still pretty much well and alive. As much as they are pretty much well spread out, these 2 teams really have to get in the zone because you can see in the zone right now, there's barely enough spot for them to actually play for cover. They have to rely on any form of terrains, just like how those who are in the circle are currently at. And it's still going to be a difficult task for LGD to leave this vicinity. They want to play as 4 members strong, but now with the arrival of A1 Esports, things are going to be pretty difficult, especially with GG Bomb from Tianba to be able to nail them down, and that goes the entirety of LGD.
Yeah, I mean, he definitely caught his opponent off guard there. I mean, that was such a great surprise. Again, if you do have that kind of element, then most probably you will be able to get that point. 10 teams remaining. We are already at stage 4 here, ladies and gents. We're looking at ThunderTalk Gaming with 1 elimination point as well. So far, it's pretty quiet at the moment. Over to their side, we can see that A1 AERO Esports is kind of rotating and maybe already prepping themselves up to get to the safe zone and using the south part area of the circle as their main entry point. But I feel like they're going to say hello to the boys of Vampire Esports and maybe some of the boys of Tianba as well.
True enough so far, 4T currently driving. as they've been able to add 5 more points to the tally to chase up
Wow.
members of Vampire Esports. That's a really good spot for Kido's looking over on the hillside. But it's going to be Tianyu that does actually secure it. Well, just shreds them all apart with a desperate attempt coming from A1 Esports. They crash into the homes of Vampires. So that's not really easy for them to actually hold on to that corner. I believe Camel could either be Tony K or somebody else. Somebody please enlighten me. I'm not too sure for now. But, of course, from the looks of it, Vampire Esports keeping up to speed. They're not really putting themselves in danger. They have one of the very few compounds left available in the zone.
It's actually quite a complicated compound to crash in, to be honest. I mean, Vampire Esports, they're in a very good spot, already in position. So they just kind of made it rain bullets, all over A1 Esports, thus setting them back all to the lobby, and now they were able to defend that very compound. But Tianba, I think they were thinking just a while ago, okay, maybe we can crash that compound, but whatever they saw happen to A1 Esports kind of convinced them, okay, maybe it's not the best idea to do that just now. But over to the south side of the map here, we've got at least 4 teams that are pretty close with one another. We got I8, we got Tianba, we got Vampire Esports, and Kino coming from Champions Esports, which is, of course, the sole surviving member.
Yeah, it's just going to be a long-range spray for Alpha 7 to hold down the line up against these members of Tianba. He does notice that Bond has been able to make the cut over, so they are going to be very wary of his current position. So far, looking really good for these members of 4T. They also do have a compound to actually hold out over on North, but it depends on how this one strings. And 4T still actually secures not 1 but 2 compounds. So they would expect more teams to be crashing over onto their side of the gate. 10 but by the edge, though. How are they supposed to make it past some of the members of A7 Esports? A7, they haven't really rotated too far. They only left Miramar, and all they really have to do is just to really hold down that section of the map. But, of course, Tianba might actually force a challenge happening over onto that eastern corner of the location. Whereas this is a big hit scratcher for the rest of the teams over on the south side.
Given the former Vibes position just a while ago, I feel like it's going to be a struggle for them to actually get down from where they are exactly. And this is the part wherein the high ground becomes a double-edged sword. Since, where they're staying at, it's not included in the circle anymore. And if they go down, if they do decide to descend, NS RedForce will definitely greet them, as well as the Boys of 4 Thrive. So I do wonder what kind of strategy former Vibes will be executing in just a while. But coming off the kill feed, it's Jal able to put down a Casanova from a long-range shot from the kill feed, as well as ThunderTalk Gaming having an altercation with ASI down south.
Yeah, they managed to actually pave their way through and just get the corner of the southwestern portion of the map. Meanwhile, over on the outskirts, Zyle once again shutting down teams, and this time around is I8. They're not going to be able to get much in return, only bagging 1 point in this map. Now, 7 teams do remain. This time around, we are looking at a healthier side of ThunderTalk. Meanwhile, that's Vampire Esports slowly being pinned down. Now it's down to Ansys as they are over on the corner fence. Ansys somehow squeezing a bullet and looking for a little bit more, but that's not quite enough up against Tianba.
Hey, I love what I'm seeing at the moment. I mean, Tianba right now making us feel their presence at the moment. Now here comes the backup Contra. Vampire Esports getting ready to dive into this compound as well. Here comes the revenge arc coming from Vampire Esports. But unfortunately, Vintar's got shut down by Tianba. Camel now is the only player remaining, but can he pull off a great clutch? Yes, sir. He was able to do that. 5 elimination points for VPE, which brings us down to just 6 teams remaining here for Stage 5 in Miramar.
Yeah, I got a confirmation for Camel. That's actually Schweppes in the run. So, of course, get to actually answer my own question initially. Well, it's going to be Alpha 7 that's currently on that perfect valley to slowly pin down ThunderTalk members from cutting right across. And just like that, you can see that this is the very sole reason why Tianba are unwilling to take up this fight up against Alpha 7 because they have the whole region to themselves. Now you see Vampire Esports trying to trailblaze directly to the center, but where exactly does that member go? Schweppes, he's got to have a plan, and it seems like that plan is just, you know, full send it and pray for the best, but the best seems like it wasn't enough out in the open.
He didn't really have that much of a choice, to be honest. I mean, he went in between Alpha 7 and Nongshim RedForce, so yeah. It was a pretty obvious outcome that happened there. But anyway, down to 5 teams. So ladies and gents, 4 Thrives now was able to put a 5 elimination points. It's 6 now for Alpha 7. They're sticking close to the edge of the circle here. We've got King down on the ground coming from ThunderTalk Gaming. I mean, he did try his best to get inside that safe zone, but Top says, no, you're not coming back from that one. Anyway, NS RedForce seems to have the best chance of scoring that WWCD. And moments ago, you know, 4 Thrives were holding on to not just 1 compound, but 2 compounds to be exact. But now it's completely out of range.
Yeah, this is definitely a troublesome zone for some of these guys for Miracle Vibes to play. But for Miracle Vibes, they are about to challenge your statement as they are about to infiltrate the compounds held by Nongshim RedForce. We'll have to see how well can they actually defend. And it's going to be TZ that drops a perfect nade onto Ruthless. Zayo, though, he's holding on, but not for all too long. Only 2 members remain. And it's going to be a flank coming from Tops to try to wrap around the back end of that warehouse. Doc, he's still well and alive, and this has been the Terminator coming into day 1. Can he do it again is going to be the big question. Top quickly gets sniffed out, and that is from 4 Tribes as they're sending it from downtown.
Whoa! You know, I was about to say, like, okay, we have 2 doctors in the house going head-to-head. That's Doc coming from former Miracle Vibes and Doc C coming from Nongshim RedForce. And Nongshim RedForce just won the fight up against 4MV, the PMPS Grand Champions, ladies and gents, for 2025. Now let's check out what's going to happen as we are down to 3 teams remaining. NS RedForce, 4 Thrives, and Alpha 7. Number advantage goes to Alpha 7 and NS RedForce. For 4 Thrives, down to just 3 members. But hey, nothing is impossible. I mean, with considering this guy's reflexes and game IQ, certainly they wouldn't go down without a fight.
Absolutely. Nongshim RedForce hold down perfectly up against these members of Miracle Vibes and now find themselves very healthy to eventually go for the challenge up against either Alpha 7 as well as 4 Tribes. And they're battling on the outskirts as they try to take on each other. There's barely enough wiggle room. They're holding on to the high ground because that low ground is currently unplayable. But of course, on the next stage, it might actually be a full wrap because Nongshim RedForce, they're watching from right underneath these noses.
Okay. It's a Mexican standoff for now. Nobody is actually doing an open fire information gameplay for these 3 amazing teams. We got Falak right now with the first shot over at Alpha 7. He was able to do a little damage up against Carelio over here, so that only compromises his location, so there's a need for him to kind of reposition himself. So let's see what's going to happen, or what is happening rather, over to Nongshim RedForce. So far it's all long range for now. They're waiting it out, you know, for the circle to kind of shrink some more, and that would be, you know, probably the best time for them to kind of engage up against each other.
Sure enough, a lot of open space for the rest of Nongshim RedForce to claim on that open ground, but then again, it's all about the trades over onto the hillside as they manage to spot out a member on the side of Alpha 7. Now, this is going to be really tricky. Alpha 7 with their position now compromised. It's going to be a full set coming from Benny. Oh, this is going to be a wall of hurt as they're hoping to take over that position with a big white wraparound. Carrillo primes that grenade. It does chip out some of the health bars of Nongshim RedForce, but that's not quite enough. And here we go! That nade lands onto Mafioso as Benny takes one down, looking for more. Can Carrillo hold on?
Here we go, ladies and gents. So we've got Alpha 7 cooking up their nade as well, but Korea is pretty damaged. Coming from the side of Nongshim RedForce, TZ is down and is desperately crawling back to the rest of the team here, while Doxy as well as Vinny is throwing a lot of nades up against Alpha 7, and there you go, and as RedForce, the Koreans was able to emerge victorious coming from that clash, and now we're down to the final two teams here, Pakistan versus Korea.
And that is a great call coming from Nongshim RedForce, but now Fallout is going to put them in their position with a Nate Prime right through, but they've tried to pull all the way back, driving right into the vehicle once again because, well, the member has fallen over onto the far corner of the map. All bunched up, Fallout knows where exactly they will be headed towards. Now IQ is going to be able to close right in. This might just be it. 4 Tribes looking for that big win.
Okay, they needed to buy some time for that reset, but 4 Thrives definitely will not let that happen. They're not ready to attack, and with that shot, man, it's like hitting 2 birds with 1 stone. That was a very good one coming from T2 for 4 Thrives. Now Doxy needs to pull off a miracle here, but it wasn't enough, and now we got our first winner chicken dinner of the night coming from 4 Thrives, setting up a total of 10 elimination points.
The race is on as South Asia opens up their account here in our second night here in the Night of Champions as they secure themselves this massive victory in Miramar. And this is by no means an easy feat at all. Where we take a look at the entire terrain, it was a barren land where nobody gets to play on that low ground. You saw there was that long exchange between 4 Tribes as well as those members of the opposing team, which eventually got flushed out by the members of Nongshim RedForce. But Nongshim, I guess that their call to take on whoever that was early on was absolutely correct, but by doing so, that allows all the chance available for the rest of 4 Tribes to eventually close up the distance, and Falak and Co., they're looking hella good. My.
Well, the composure, the accuracy, and the absolute brilliance under pressure. I mean, that is why we love this game, right? I mean, you're right. I do agree with you. I mean, NS RedForce, when they challenge up the boards of Alpha 7, I think that paved the way, you know, for 4 Thrives to kind of just swoop in and get the winner chicken dinner, because they did not let NS RedForce lick their wounds. You know, that was the perfect opportunity for them to seal the deal. And again, you gotta seize the day, right? Every opportunity opens up, you just have to grab it. And it was again a great win coming from 4 Thrives.
Indeed, and just take a look at Fallout's work rate. 6 elimination points back within the span of the round, and it all started in that early game where he was just going in for those challenges, and yet again, he has been able to not only ace out the rest of these members of HORAA Esports, eventually that hole over onto that open space right outside of Wild Street Moon was the golden spot for them to really held on to also farm those numbers out there on the fields. But of course, it wasn't just 4 Tribes that was acing this map alone. Nongshim definitely did a number. Alpha 7 over on the top corner of the map definitely has been able to hold for such a long time, securing the top 3 finish. But the Savior, we saw what they could actually pull up, even with 2 members, Levi's, Parajin. They stole the show, securing a total of 9 eliminations within the first 2 phases of the zone.
And Levi's, I mean, talk about nerves of steel, right? The clutch wasn't just clean, it was ice cold precision. You know, there were a lot of moments that Levi's was able to kind of made our jaw drop, right? And comparing him to Bini of NS RedForce, 6 elimination points over to 5 elimination points. Damage output is, of course, still Levi's of the Savior. Team contribution, but I mean, it's pretty close. The gap is not that too wide, so I guess it's a fair comparison over here.
Absolutely, and overall, we saw that battle erupt inside of Ilposa, and then Levi's took on the entirety of Weibo in order to make his mark here in this map. But of course, the MVP is none other than Falak. You take a look at that absurd number. If you just at one more point, he does 1,000 damage. We could just round it off overall. We've seen he's been leading the pack, and that information he gathered upon Nongshim RedForce as they pull back, that was that perfect call coming in from Fallout and says, okay guys, it's time to swing directly. And then those golden grenades drop right in, coming from T24, just seals the deal and the fate of Nongshim. But overall, it's been pretty interesting so far. Of course, we've highlighted Levi's, Fallout. Bailey have also charged right through to take on some of the members of Alpha 7. And not forgetting Camel, aka Schweppes, who's been able to hold out against Tianba.
Oh, exactly. Yeah. Falak, it was an electrifying performance, no doubt. But for the rest of Fourth Thrives, man, I feel like they just came out guns blazing, I mean, yesterday, they also won the chicken dinner in Miramar map. That was the second game yesterday. And now they got a first one. So very promising start, for the side of the Pakistanis. And again, I would love to see more because we still got 4 more matches to go for the night. And also for NS RedForce, it was super close, right? I mean, it was they went for the offense. Obviously, they won the fight, but unfortunately, they came short when, of course, Fourth Thrives was there to challenge them up. And again, that was just a great position coming from 4T. Now, match leaderboard, ladies and gents, a total of 20 points for the side of Fourth Thrives, hence getting the first spot here, followed by Nongshim RedForce with 14 and 11 points for Alpha 7 Esports. Now, 3 teams that was able to score a double-digit points for the match leaderboards. And as for the 2 teams that scored nothing, Champions Esports and RRQ. So we do expect a great comeback coming from these 2 amazing teams. Now that we are about to head on to the second match, of course, that match will be happening in Erangel.
Yeah, consider what it's worth. Surely it definitely looked very top-heavy for the women, but when you take a look at those stats, it's been an absurd amount of headshots throughout these course of the run. Plenty or not, some of them actually have fallen outside of play zone, or even gotten somewhere in between. But in terms of turbos, I think that we could definitely make do with a whole lot more, but because of how the teams were just basically taking head-on duels, they aren't exactly putting in full effect of what those utils actually has to offer. So it's Miramar anyways, but of course when we add everything to the tally, we see 4 tribes now move up a spot, or should I say 2 spots, because now they find themselves in the top 3 and is just 1 point behind Vampire Esports.
Hey, it's a great one. It's a great one. I mean, we've got 4 teams actually made it good for the first match. Fourth Thrives and its RedForce, D Savior, and Alpha 7 moving up ranks here for the overall rankings. Now, I do wonder, of course, if there are teams that moved up, there will be teams that actually moved down. So we're actually just waiting for the screen to change. But getting back to what just happened a while ago, I feel like Alpha 7 is doubling down with their performance as well, because I mean they had a not so good run yesterday. Hence, even if they did not get the winner chicken dinner for the first match, they moved up at least 3 ranks today.
Yeah, overall, we are still looking at a certain push coming from Tianba as well as ThunderTalk, which they finally see a decent run heading into this matchup in Miramar. While C1, they got caught up in the earlier span of the run. So, of course, the rotations in such a tight corner of the map could be relatively tricky. Meanwhile, of course, without much of all these involvement coming from the side of BTR or even the side of JDG, RW, we will definitely want to see what more can they actually offer later on. While HORAA Esports, I think that we've seen them to actually try to go on the offense up against the eventual winning team. And of course, it wasn't an easy task to go up against Fallout. So of course, look at HORAA Esports, they definitely do have a few more chances left in the table to be able to make that climb upwards. But overall, I don't blame anyone. It's been a really, really tough game.
What's exciting about Fourth Thrives is their ability to adapt and thrive under pressure, pun intended. So yeah, they've got the talent, the strategies, and the hunger as well to climb even higher on the leaderboard. But we'll talk more about Fourth Thrives the moment that we come back, ladies and gents. We're going to take a short break, so don't go anywhere. We'll be back after this.
Well, folks, that was action-packed in Miramar. It's time to move back into Erangel. We've got Red Queen Andy right now dancing, grooving, and of course, we're feeling absolutely great with the win coming in from 4 tries for our past round. And of course, we're in for a whole lot more, Andy.
Yes, sir. You know what? We were talking about 4 tribes just a while ago. I mean, understandably so. We have to put the spotlight onto 4 tribes because they just got the first winner chicken dinner of the night. So we were talking about Falak just a while ago and how he absolutely complements the existing roster. Players like Noki, T24, they thrive in high pressure situations. And with Falak's calm and strategic mindset, of course, the team has found a balance that allows them to kind of execute their plays more effectively, hence getting the WWCD. And now we're back to what gives us the most headache when we cast tournaments, the predictions.
Well, this is a part I dread the most. I mean, there's so many good teams out there. We got to select one. This time we got the vote going for HORAA Esports once more. Of course, big support out there for our Nepalese fans. And of course, at the very same time, I look at the surge of Nongshim RedForce. I'm hoping to see them thrive again. Are they playing in this group? I hope so, because they have definitely shown up pretty strong. They were just close enough to get that chicken dinner, so I'm going with NS this time.
Okay, all right, I see that. Okay, I'm gonna go with BTR for this time around.
Okay.
Yeah, lock
that in.
There you go.
Perfect. And overall, it's been pretty interesting. I kind of was thinking between Nongshim RedForce as well as D-Savior. If D-Savior has that decent run, then that's going to be great on them. Yep. Chuck that water because it's going to be a long run this time. I know, right? Into Erangel. So far, I haven't even got to refill my bottle of water. So, of course, we'll still see quite a number of all these teams to be able to, of course, show up once again now that they're feeling perhaps a little bit more comfortable moving into these matchups inside of Erangel.
But why do I feel like For Miracle Vibes is, again, going to dominate Erangel? Because if we are going to look at the stats, they did actually win 2 WWCDs in Erangel, and they were able to kind of pull off the third winner chicken dinner yesterday in Erangel as well. So perhaps Erangel is their strongest map, but I would like to give a chance to the other teams, right? Because since we're down to just 4 matches remaining, technically for teams they're down to just 3 matches. But since, you know, BTR, this is their first game this evening. Well, they still have 4 more. Okay, but yeah, I don't know if that made sense. But yeah, BTR, I feel like, you know, they're going to have an explosive game number 1 for them in Erangel. After all, it's the OG map.
Overall, I believe that they should be able to really show up pretty strong. And looking at the circumstances for some of the teams out there, I'm still hoping to actually see some of these PL teams to be able to at least show up into the top 4. I think that the closest of we've seen so far was ThunderTalk as well as Tianba on that last specific matchup. So they definitely gotta at least put in more of that form of effort, or else they're not gonna be getting much of a vote from us just about yet. But it was promising, but even more promising coming in from even the likes of Alpha 7, where you saw Carrillo and Co. They were so close yet so far, finishing onto that top 3, top 4 position, but not exactly the easiest of run, because we last saw them, of course, holding on to that corner map, and then they just got flushed by the members of Nongshim. So perhaps a better circumstance inside of Erangel would do them a little bit more justice. Just, we definitely have seen some of these members coming out of Alpha 7 to be able to try.
You know what? Just would like to mention the fact as well that, I8 was the one who won the PUBG Mobile Bayman Chapter 1. Did I say that right, ladies and gents? Yeah. There were also, if I'm not mistaken, Leo Esports and 4 Thrives coming in at 3rd place of that tournament. So big shout out to ASI8 as well, who is exerting a lot of effort, doing all the work and maintaining their consistency in in this specific tournament.
Yeah, overall, we've definitely seen them pretty much thriving, especially for the top 4 Thrives, who not only won that Province Chicken Dinner, overall, even in all the other tournaments that they've played out so far, they've been looking really, really solid. The last I checked as well, for ASI8, they were also advancing some opportunities when they were playing in the PMRC not too long ago. So of course, it's been back-to-back tournaments. Sometimes fatigue gets into some of these teams out there, but not so much for some of these guys hailing from South Asia, because they always won in on not only, of course, the cash prize, but any form of tournaments that they could prove that they could be one of the best out there in the world. They will do so for the pride of the nation.
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, it can get exhausting. I mean, the fact that we're only doing 5 matches for tonight, I think it's great because we can finish early. But 6 matches in a day, and we're not even sure if this is the only tournament that they play in. Perhaps during the day they also play in a tournament or maybe practice. After all, to be able to play at this caliber, you need to train at least 10 to 12 hours a day, and that is a lot. That is why we always say that. Me in particular, I am a fan of every team, to be honest. Like, if you get to a certain point where you already play at a global stage, or even like you're one of the best teams in your own local community, I'm already a fan, because it's hard. Casting is okay because we can study up. We know what to say. All we need to do is just mention your accolades, your achievements, your accomplishment as a team, as an individual player. But to play with such great reflex, game IQ, and everything else in between, that is hard to pull off.
Indeed, it definitely is very difficult to do, especially when you are pit up against some of the very best in the world, mind you. When we take a look at all the rosters out there, there's not exactly one team that is actually easy to go up against. Although what we saw inside of these matchups, they make it look as if it was maybe like a walk in the park, like how the Saber is just send destruction to RRQ, send destruction to Weibo. But that is not normal. It's absolutely abnormal on how the Saber has performed in that last round. Levi's definitely showing off what he's absolutely capable of, and it takes hours and hours of practice to actually get by. So, of course, kudos to him. I definitely do hope that DX will have a really strong run moving into these upcoming maps, but overall, they only have a few more games to play, so I want to see everybody on the A game.
I mean, it's high pressure, high stress game, so I can only imagine how much adrenaline is pumping through their veins, right? I mean, I did play for a brief moment competitively, and it's I don't see myself really playing it for a long time, just considering the stress that I have to go through every day, and just to maintain my skills, my game IQ, everything, my game sense, it's hard. So we just have to make a lot of noise for our favorite teams and our favorite players, and just give credit where credit is due. Like, if a team actually won from a match, I mean, don't hate on them. Just like, okay, our team will get the next one, don't you worry, and something like that. It's kind of promoting sportsmanship, right?
And on top of it, well, I mean, it's actually great to actually see that, whether if it's your favorite team to actually back a chicken dinner or two, or if it's some other squads, it just goes to show that this is the quality level that we're showing to all you guys out here, that anyone who is capable, they will be able to take these maps by the end of the run. And the last map, of course, 4 tribes definitely have shown that they've bested some of all these teams out there. You can argue, oh, they got their positions and stuff like that, but hey, even to fight for those positions, you saw how many teams were even looking for some of all these areas to play, and it wasn't an easy task at all. This time, not scamming you guys, we're finally moving into Erangel.
Yes, that is why, it's always great to see teams and how great they are at adapting. You always have to be versatile in everything that you do. At this point, in the competition, you need to be able to carry your own weight. That is why I mentioned this a while ago, or like maybe I think I mentioned this to Sir Cloud yesterday, that I don't think roles exist anymore in a team. I mean, you need to be able to play all of it. Like, you need to be flexible enough just to make sure that all the advantages work for your team and for yourself as well.
And here we go, as we move right into the flight of Erangel. First time for the night, and I absolutely do agree with you that, a lot of all these players, it's not about taking that specific role and run with it the entirety of the game. Teams have adapted, everybody have to play their part every step of the way, Andy. And speaking of which, of course, we start things off by the quarters of the Pubg, as well as built the power to be hit over on the far corner of Zarki. So once again, flight path very skewered towards the north side, still having decent access over onto Nova if anybody really wants to go into the island. But for the most part, I think that we might actually see some altercations coming into getting themselves certain vehicles, or even for certain areas where it's an alternate plan to get to where they need to be. So this is gonna look pretty spicy to kick things off.
Oh, definitely. Did I just got cut off a while ago? I'm not sure if I got cut off. I was saying
Probably
a lot of points. Okay. But anyway, most knockouts, ladies and gents, it's Lepar coming from RQ, but I believe with the most elimination points, it still is a dock of 4 Miracle vibes. Now, yesterday we've seen a couple of teams drop around a military base. Let's see if it's going to be the same case for today's Erangel, first Erangel, that is. And we were talking about D-Savior and Nigma Galaxy facing off inside of the Chinky area. I think that's definitely going to happen in just a while. But for the side of Jordan Kapoor, we've got at least 4 teams dropping in that spot. So let's see what will happen next. Yes, Naya, we've got a 3-way battle that happened yesterday between HORAA, A1 Esports, and I believe it was JDG. But okay, let's check if that's also going to happen for today.
Yeah, pretty interesting to actually see how these teams are bunched up so early on by the apartments of school. And we're already looking at a first blood. Levi's is not stopping at all, and he's still charging upon all these teams out there. And it's a rematch up against Nigma Galaxy. Oh boy, I think that they're absolutely out for blood. They weren't happy about what happened inside. And just like that, Paragen goes in one tap to seal the deal. Oh, Nigma Galaxy, you guys are barking up the wrong neighborhood.
I can't remember if it was D-Savior who won the first fight in Erangel yesterday. But I mean, look at the situation at the moment. D-Savior now holding on to their 2 elimination points up against Nigma Galaxy. And here comes Paragen again with an attack using a shotgun, and was successfully enough. Again, getting that point, getting that job done. Nigma Galaxy, as you can see on the screen, is trying to do a little reset. And hopefully they do have enough time for that one. But as for D-Savior, I think they're picking up their teammates as well. But this dance is definitely going to happen soon. Nanity goes down hard, but great follow-through coming from Pubg. Oh, guys, that is an overkill. Come on.
Yeah, you just gotta make a little bit more noise just to, of course, shoo away some of your opponents from your own city from time to time. Meanwhile, big nades drop right in. JDG is finding the upper hand in this battle of Zarky. We rarely get to see this portion of the town to see any form of action, but with JDG as well as Vampire Esports liking to drop in this far corner, we finally get a little bit of action. While it is going to be a little bit scattered coming from both ends. Oh, DK having chips here to seal up the fate of the member of WBG. Weibo now losing one. We have so many fights taking across the map. Already 2 points in for what went on inside of school.
You know, every time we mention DK, I always think about Drift King, Donkey Kong. But yeah, I mean, Dplus KIA right now, strong performance. So they're definitely bang on their chest right now, like pretty much just like Donkey Kong. 2 elimination points. They've got Nobu and Chips. Both have 1 point under their name. Weibo Gaming, however, needs to kind of pick up the pace at the moment. I mean, they are currently at a disadvantage here up against the Koreans, but maybe they can pull off a clutch here and maybe flip the script, turn the tables up against Dplus KIA. But as you can see, they're already in position. So let's see what is happening between Vampire Esports this time. They're having an altercation with JDG. And so far, okay, we're back to Dplus KIA because they just won the fight up against Weibo.
Yeah, it was a really tough area to actually be running around out there. So Weibo absolutely got punished as they slowly get withered down by the members of Dplus KIA. Meanwhile, going back towards Vampires versus JDG, it's been a little bit of a standstill. Meanwhile, Vampire Esports, the last we saw them, they had a couple of members being knocked. Now they have went on for that full recovery. JDG loses 1 member throughout the trade. That has made it entirely possible for Tony K to now step up. This time, it does seem like they're going to be playing it really, really slowly. You got to also look out for whatever resources that they have left, because all these back and forth, they're slowly running out of bullets. Well, it's going to be Gap by the edge of the warehouse, trying to see if they could just stop them from moving outside of the houses. Well, yeah. Only got that Scorpion. Is he going to be able to make it work with that Scorpion? He sees 2 members passing, and he's looking for the final member cutting across, and he misses the mark, and that's the thing about that Scorpion. If you miss those bullets, you're going to get punished, and Onsis immediately shuts him down.
Scorpion versus an AKM. We already know what's going to happen after that. Gap goes down hard in the hands of Mafioso. That's Alpha 7. Okay, maybe there's a third party happening somewhere out there. But JDG, okay, down to their last player. It's a CDD. Okay, trying to go for an exchange here up against Onsen and Vampire Esports, but they're hunting out this last remaining player. But it looks like Alpha 7 is interested to join the game here, to join the mix.
True enough, and it's so interesting to see teams are actually moving into this portion map, but they've made too much sound starting from the corners, and now here comes those grenades dropping in one after another, hoping to connect up against Vampire Esports. And Kirill does actually hit the mark as he lands it upon Venturas, and now they go charging right in. Somehow, there is still the member of JDG round up vicinity, and just like Alpha 7 just goes in for the clean sweep. No chance whatsoever, even Schweppes to be taken out eventually. So Onsen is now slowly chunked out by the zone, but another grenade does connect. Alpha 7, woo, 5 points just like that.
It was an easy win, not gonna lie. I mean, they sent both. They sent vampires back to their coffins, right? I mean, it was pretty easy for them to score those points. But anyway, 12 teams remaining. Stage number 1 here in Erangel. We've seen a lot of trade-offs already happen. We've got Vampire, Nigma Galaxy, JDG, and Weibo Gaming already out of the game here, ladies and gents. And still, we still got 4 Thrives, who already has a total 50 elimination points, or 50 total points for this tournament. They are still in the charge, and a big opportunity for them to kind of score a lot, since I think Vampire is just leading them by 1 point.
True enough, and eventually we'll see if there's going to be any form of response, if that's going to be the case for these upcoming matchups. Alpha 7 adding 6 more to the tally. Meanwhile, the rest of the Saber managing to stop some of these members from C1 from that ongoing pursuit. Meanwhile, a drop by comes in from the side of BTR, hoping to land a blow onto the side of Nongshim as they're pretty much corralled, but just by the corner of the ledge, it seems like they've been able to actually find themselves a catch. BTR slowly getting shredded apart. Is only going to be L-Pro left on the 14 bullets of Uzi, and that is not going to be enough to take out Nongshim RedForce. No points whatsoever. Sorry to say, Red Queen, your team is out.
Well, I mean, to be fair, you know, we didn't see, there was no sign of Hidralis. Okay, yesterday, Sir Cloud mentioned that, you know, perhaps, you know, the players inside the game are all from the academy of Bigetron. So yeah, I'm just trying to make an excuse here. But anyway, LGD Gaming, ladies and gents, they haven't put up any number just yet. And if we're going to be looking at the team's position, Tianba is the only team that is coming from way down south, so that could be far. But anyway, Nongshim RedForce seems to be able to put down 1 point under their belt, so it's a total of 5 for the team, and it's all coming from TZ.
My, they're really racking up a whole lot, and just by playing over onto this tiny little compound, they're basically guarding a lot of all the other squads from cutting across that bridge as they try to enter from that Yasnao bridge. There's only one place that you need to pass through, and that is going to be within the Arsenal defense, where Nongshim has been able to guard off completely perfect. No Fear has arrived towards the back, managed to pin down one member. So they try to regroup once again as they all corral. This time, HORAA's going to look for the push as well. Jekyll opens up the account as he'll be the one charging right through the smoke, but just like that, he's been greeted from the smoke. He did not check at all.
Yeah, you gotta check your corners, and Jiggle wasn't able to jiggle and dodge that attack coming from Nongshim RedForce. Now let's see what HORAA Esports is gonna do in this situation. Sleepy right now was able to put down, I believe, Enes Abini. Doxy is already out of the game here. Sleepy trying to make it happen for HORAA Esports. Can he be the knight in shining armor for the Purple Hearts?
Well, it's funny how we all voted for these 3 teams. At first it was BTR, and now Nongshim. It does actually go in for the takedown, and now down to perhaps a 1-on-1 at this current moment. 1-on-2, as a matter of fact, because HORAA Esports still has a member over on the outskirts. No Fear tried to pin them down from a long-range angle. Meanwhile, they're about to drive right in as well. Managed to spot them out, but it's going to be C1s coming in from down under to be able to pin out that point. HORAA Esports says, thank you very much, buddy. At least we settled scores.
Long range shot. I do wonder if that's going to make it to the longest elimination distance later on in the match statistics. 10 teams remaining. Ladies and gentlemen, Champion Esports was able to take advantage of that opening right there and was able to put a point under their name, so that's a very good one. Now, circle check, ladies and gents. We've got Sleepy from HORAA currently knocked down on the ground, and they are surrounded by a lot of teams here. Again, we've got LGD, 4 Thrives also within proximity. No Fear is a bit far away from the rest of the team here. Perhaps he is the one in charge in scouting and maybe checking, okay, is it safe to move forward here? Is it safe to stay here in this particular location? But, you know, there's a bigger chance that he might be spotted by 4 Thrives, and there you go, just as we were talking about it, he's gone.
Oh, at the very least, Nongshim RedForce has been able to garner a total of 7 points in return. HORAA Esports, they were pretty much bunched up over onto the outskirts, and there was just no reprieve. That nade just bounced back towards him. So QZ's got to be absolutely careful about that. Got to get themselves pretty much healed up for the moment while they are slowly making that climb. GG Bond, he does get that perfect double tap onto Atomic, and now charges forward. Noble holding down the line all by himself. Now he is being greeted for the top. Oh, surprise, surprise! It's Bashan, and he will be able to actually close up the distance. And eventually, we still have a whole lot more fights are happening all around this facility, and it really feels like they're all spread out a little too thinly, at the very least. They're going to cut their losses right now. Tianba can still go in for that resuscitation, but the rest of EX is now swarming right through, and it's Levi. You don't want to mess with this guy.
Bashan, the king of the rooftop right there. But here comes Tianba defending their compound and was able to do so. Eliminated the last remaining player coming from D Saver. But hey, they did exit the game with 5 elimination points, so I still think it's a pretty decent number. Now, checking ASI8, already at stage 3, and they haven't put up any numbers just yet, but it's not too late, of course. We still got plenty of chances to go to score some. Rogue Warriors, 1 casualty, but 3 is still doable, I can say. Tianba, after that altercation, they're tagging the blue at the moment, but if they're going to enter the safe zone coming from down south, a big chance here that they could have a conflict up against LGD here.
Yeah, if you do notice, a lot of all these teams who got taken down, they have been able to at least have like a 6 to 7 number of eliminations. That's a really, really rowdy run. Of course, unfortunate for those who were taken out rather early. And once again, no cigar for the rest of WBG, JDG, BTR, nor even HORAA. To my surprise, Nigma Galaxy didn't manage to last out all too long up against D-Saver. And speaking of which, of course, now with just about 7 more teams remaining, we're only at stage 3. It just went by so quickly. Well, this is a very familiar spot that a lot of teams have been able to play before over on the North Point. So a lot of all these spots are being taken already. Tianba moving from the south side as they finally join in from Rozak. But the circle moves deeper towards the north zone, so this is still going to be a difficult run overall, whoever's not inside the zone just yet.
It will be difficult, especially for those teams that will be coming from down south. Again, LGD has the perfect opportunity to maybe gatekeep some of the players from Tianba as well as Fourth Thrives if they choose to entry from that point. There's not much compound to actually stay in, so it's a bit open for my taste. But let's see what's happening between Tianba right now and LGD. They're having an exchange, having an altercation. We've got a couple players from LGD currently knocked down on the ground. Tianba right now doing a massive counter with that spray. But hey, I feel like LGD Gaming might be the one on the losing end here.
It really looks like it is. They're on the low ground. It's all down to 10 right now to hold down the line, and QZ's doing magnificent work holding them down from that off angle. Maze are now prime right in. It's really tough to actually land it over on the corner of the ledge. So it's just going to be exchanges back and forth as he tries to lob it towards the side 10. And now closing in the distance is going to be Mao to secure it alongside with QZ to be able to pin them down. It's going to be LGD that crashes out instead. And they're on the rise. 8 points already for Tianba.
Yeah, that was a hit and run situation. They're coming from Tianba, but hey, it did the job. So they do now have a total of 8 elimination points, so it's still a-okay. Down to 6 teams. Falak right now from the other side of town just got knocked down by Alpha 7, and IQQ already got the word about it, but he doesn't want to let go of this great opportunity here to maybe score some potential points coming from Champions Esports. I mean, they don't have that much space to begin with. They are cooped up in that shack over there. They have no place to go, so might as well take advantage of it.
True enough, and now with plenty more space now being opened up, there's only 6 more teams available, so they could just take a pick, and if there's going to be compounds for them to claim, that's going to be perfect for them. Tianba has been able to clear out a majority of all the southern region. Never going to be stopping for that crate, though. Of course, it's going to be an easy bait out there. Rogue Warriors, they got themselves that prime spot to be sure, alongside with ASI at C1 on the warehouses as well. So we definitely want to see where exactly does Tianba wants to stop next. I believe they're charging towards the side of C1, and they're bound for a fight, perhaps.
Yeah, ASI8 is not moving a muzzle at all. They're letting the other teams battle it out before they get to any engagements. I mean, they do have that compound, so that makes it a prime location right there. Not unless there will be teams that will be interested to snatch them out of that out of their hands and stay in that compound. But for now, you know, it's a waiting game, you know, for the side of ASI8. But as for Tianba and Alpha 7, the fight definitely will happen in just a while. Perhaps Fourth Thrives will be hunting down the remaining players of Champion Esports as well. T24 just went in for that massive spray Prey, and I don't think was able to do damage up against Tianba, but I think it was Alpha 7 who got the point.
Yeah, true enough. And that long-range tap just sees the rest of Alpha 7 stacking another 10-pointer in this matchup. And they do have the high ground to work with. Despite not really having the zone, they're slowly starting to pincer certain teams who are going in with those classic movements. And just like that, Revo pins another one down. And this is why he has been out there on a mission to be the MVP of the match. Aurelio might actually have to cut his losses out there, as Falak has been on the watch over on the outskirts. But attacks are being sent coming in from even the likes of ASI8, so they got to be absolutely careful, because as much as they want to hunt down these members of 87, it's not going to be an easy task at all.
Falak was able to pop someone's head from A7, but since they have a concrete wall surrounding them, A7 has a little bit of time to recuperate in the situation. But of course, the fight continues on. IQQ is now right behind that shack as well, directly facing these two amazing players coming from Champions Esports. But I believe these two players will definitely not leave this spot, but with one molly and one nade, definitely they can take them out. And just like that, it was Falak. 3-point shot.
You cursed it. I mean, the moment you said grenade, just like that, they just ruptured to the ground. But of course, we kind of expected these players to, of course, prime nades just to, of course, check. Meanwhile, great range coming from Mafioso as he slowly rips it down. Trailblazers, and he's spotting him from the distance. This is absolutely absurd how he gets to see some of all these angles out there, and now the names are being popped right in. 4 times they want to shut off the rest of Alpha 7 completely.
Potentially, this could be a back-to-back winner chicken dinner for 4 Thrives, not gonna lie. But ASI, again, they're not, they don't have any intentions of leaving that compound. I mean, it is their refuge at the moment. Same thing goes for RW. I mean, they're not having an exchange with any teams still inside the game. Alpha 7 will be coming from down south, and I think one thing that they would want to avoid is the fact that they could get stuck in between 4 Thrives and RW. So I guess for now, there's not much pressure for all of these teams to leave their current position just yet. Maybe we'll see some long-range shots happen, but I feel like we are going to see a real fight happen once we get to stage 6.
True enough, and overall, when we take a look at the rest of the party, SI8 as well as Rogue Warriors, they're not really revealing themselves all too much, so they're happy enough to let Alpha 7 as well as 4 tribes to go at it against each other. And once they start to have their resources dwindle, that's where they are vulnerable to whoever needs to actually move over a zone. Meanwhile, this back and forth is just yielding absolutely nothing in return. Maybe perhaps a little bit of chip damage towards the rest of Alpha 7 at the moment. They did manage to get enough. Mafioso also under fire right now. Not exactly the best scenario, as they're slowly getting into their vehicles all tagged up. 4 tries, they're losing their patience. They're looking to close in any given moment. But for now, happy to actually hold out for the time being.
And this is what we were talking about just a while ago. I mean, they don't want to get in between 4 Thrives and RW, but the zone did not favor them at all. So it's going to be a struggle, for the boys of Alpha 7 to even step inside the circle. I mean, they don't have anywhere else to go, and 4 Thrives is applying a lot of pressure onto the boys of Alpha 7. But Alpha 7 still trying to survive, still trying to swing and hit big up against 4 Thrives, and I think they were able to do so. I mean, just look at how many points they were able to put up on the board. It's a total of 13, and here comes the attack now up against Noki. They crashed that rock. Reel goes down, but here comes the play. Mafioso right now was able to score the point and put Noki onto the ground, which brings us down to just 4 teams remaining here, ladies and gents. But we still got IQQ playing for 4 Thrives.
It's just crazy. You saw how that actually turns out, because 4 tribes, they just overcommitted to that fight, and Alpha 7, once they get that knock, they said, we had enough, it's our time. to pay back. And this is where IQQ, he has to fall back. The Molotov and all these templates now taking a swing at it. And the rest of these members are closing this 7. They got their advantage. And it's 15 points stacked up from the side of the South Americans.
That was hard to pull off. I mean, they came from the blue, and they were in between two teams, aggressive teams, I might add. And I told you, I mean, Fourth Rise was really applying a lot of pressure onto Alpha 7, but they were able to pull through. So that was an amazing job coming from Alpha 7. Now, Mafioso caught a nade to the face, and now he's down on the ground. Korea's about to get damaged as well, coming from ASI8. Now it's all trouble for Alpha 7, and ASI8 just took advantage of that one, but they did exit the game with 15 amazing points, so not a bad at all. Down to just 2 teams remaining, ASI8 and RW. This time it's Pakistan, or not Pakistan, oh yeah, Pakistan versus China! Oh, and we've already concluded the fight. It's ASI8 that won for this match.
A back-to-back win for South Asia here in the Night of Champions, and just like that, ASI8 calm and composed. They didn't really have to sign up for far too many overwhelming fights. Meanwhile, of course, we see massive numbers coming from Alpha 7 who might be able to match up to what ASI8 has in the tank. It was really close. You did call out that it might just be a double chicken dinner for the team that has won in the prior round. But this time, it's ASI8 that's a lot hungrier to seal the deal. Meanwhile, of course, Road Warriors, they came pretty closely, but it was a no-show after all because ASI8, they took matters to their own hands and they could not wait any longer to score themselves a win of their own.
You know, domination isn't just about winning every tournament. It's about peaking at the right time. So that's exactly what I saw coming from ASI8. They did wait it out inside the compound. They let it, all the teams battle it out first before they actually went for engagement. And I think it was, of course, a great strategy. It wasn't at all aggressive, but it was able to work for them. You know, it was the most effective formula that they could pull out of their pockets to just make sure that they get that WWCD, and it's a tremendous work coming from ASI8.
Indeed it is, and overall we saw all these back and forth out there. I think I've been absolutely impressed of how they've been able to not only hold on for certain portions of that region, and then once they do show up, they already got that perfect idea of how to actually manage that fight. So just like that, they just ram them down with the vehicles that they have in order to secure this big, fat winner chicken dinner. And that being said, though, of course, this numbers might not be able to match up to some of the guys coming in from Alpha 7. As much as we want to make comparisons here, it's quite evident that Road Warriors was playing very, very passively. Despite securing a second-place finish, it was only 1 elimination points, however. So, of course, that being said, this is just ASI8 looking pretty dominant. But when you do stack these numbers up against Alpha 7, I think that every member out there is going to be able to challenge whatever that's being brought to the table.
Oh, exactly right. But before we head on and talk about the numbers that we've seen so far going through match number 7, let's take the spotlight onto the MVP of the match, and that is Mafioso of Alpha 7. 4 elimination points with 851 damage output and 7 utilities used. Now, in the overall match so far, I mean, we've already had 7 matches, and to be honest, the amount of throwables being used in the game is at an all-time low. So I do wonder if that number is going up sometime soon.
Well, I think that everybody is treating this as if it's like aim practice at the very same time. Like, I know that majority of all these teams are already gods when it comes down to utilities, just like how ASI has displayed to us on those grenade exchanges where you saw the back and forth trades, and you could also say the same about every other team coming in from South Asia as well as Southeast Asia. Meanwhile, Corelio, Mafioso, you just add these numbers to the tally, and 87 definitely have racked up the most, despite not earning that chicken dinner. That 15 points of eliminations have seen them surpass ASI8.
Yeah, even though they didn't secure the WWCD in this match number 7, they still managed to make a huge impact, with the most elimination points. I mean, that's the kind of aggression and precision we've come to expect from Alpha 7. I mean, they're not just playing for placement. I mean, they're playing to dominate the battlefield. I do hope that we see that exact energy, that exact gameplay in the next rounds to come.
Yeah, I really do hope so. I know where my vote is going for next, and that's definitely for certain because I've been impressed from the looks of how these past 2 matches have been played out by Alpha 7, where they have been relatively consistent. They find themselves within the top 3 ratio, and outscoring 20 points just like that is just super impressive. Now, let's take a look. The number of troubles definitely have improved only by a slight margin, but we see a decrease of headshots where, a lot of these fights were settled from long range as well as just about close distance coverage. So I think this looks more healthy overall, where we see, of course, more players to be able to play throughout the corner zone. But look at this massive update. Alpha 7 with that 20-pointer, they now surpass Nongshim RedForce, pushing them down a spot, and the rest of 4 tribes, once again, with a good round, find themselves moving up to the 2nd spot.
It really was a great opening for the side of 4 Tribes, and not a bad play at all, for match number 7. I mean, the fact that it was a close one for 4 Tribes getting a WWCD once again. I just know that it's a statement coming from the Pakistanis that they're here to dominate. And now they moved up another rank here, landing at 2nd place. So there's a big chance that, maybe they're in the mood to get a lot of winner-winner chicken dinners for today's set of matches. Alpha 7 moved up 4 ranks as well as I8, so I guess those are the teams to watch out for.
Absolutely, and we've definitely seen massive improvements coming from Tianba, where in this matchup they managed to score 10 points in total. LGD only managed to secure those 2 because they were the ones being shut down by Tianba. Nigma Galaxy, they gotta consider their options because dropping up against D-Saver for 2 maps in a row hasn't been working out. If you're telling me it's been happening since yesterday's run, then yeah, it's a big yikes where you don't exactly get to play the game with them starting off up against members of the Savior. I mean, that kind of hurts the 2 of these teams. HORAA does make a little bit of climb. Rogue Warriors with 7 points in this matchup sees them improving as well. So we'll see if there's going to be more coming from the Rogue Warriors.
I do wonder if A1 AERO Esports is also in the mood to kind of step up for the remaining matches this evening, because they've been playing a little bit passive from the get-go. So yeah, I mean, like, even just a sneak peek, of how tenacious they can get or they can be inside a battlefield would be good enough for the audience right now.
Yeah, I certainly would say the very same. I mean, we would look into BTR, whether they're trying with new players on the board. This is that big proving ground, right? Whether if the new names on the block can actually match up to some of the very best out there. But of course, we give themselves a break, and we will also take a quick break. And when we do come back, we'll bring you the rest of the matches. More to go.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Night of Champions. And what an explosive start we've had to day number 2 with 2 Pakistani teams already grabbing chicken dinners. 4th Tribes in match 6 and ASI 8 in match number 7. It's been a thrilling evening for fans of these rising stars. Both teams have shown they're not just here to participate, they're here to dominate. So as we gear up for match number 8, the pressure is definitely rising. The stakes are getting higher and the battlefield is unpredictable as ever. Again, my name is Red Queen together with Contra. So welcome back to the Night of Champions by Ruthless I8 Esports.
Welcome back. And remember we talked about there's big exciting news for you guys out there. Tell you guys what, we have even more action from tomorrow onwards because we will bring in a brand new series of the Ruthless Invitational Showdown. So this is just the icing on the cake. So, of course, now that the cat's out of the bag, hope that you guys could also tune in for tomorrow as we will include some of the finest teams from across the globe as it will be starting off from tomorrow, heading to Tuesday throughout the course of these 4 nights of the Grand Finals.
Yep, more adrenaline pumping action coming from Ruthless I8 Esports with this invitational showdown. It's a total of 4 days. That's going to be tomorrow up until the 8th of April. So again, if you haven't subscribed to the YouTube channel just yet, then definitely you guys are gonna miss all the action that is happening within the community.
That's right. Make sure you just hit that subscribe button right now and keep up to the pace of some of your favorite teams out there. If you guys are wondering who exactly will be playing, well, I guess there is going to be no spoilers at all because some of the finalists who are playing today will also be playing from tomorrow onwards. Now, let's also talk about the roadmap as we will have a total of 16 teams spread into 3 groups as we'll have 6 matches per day. So it's going to be 4 matches per group. So we will be seeing who exactly will be the champions of our 9th iteration of the invitationals. And there we go, all the names on board literally, and we also include Team Flash heading to Group B. So this is where things are about to be even more interesting.
Well, if you guys are hungry for action, you know exactly where to go. The place to be, Ruthless I8 Esports, ladies and gents. So Contra already mentioned it's basically going to be the same teams, except for, of course, Team Secret. We got Sem9 and Void Donkey getting into the mix here, and Team Flash,
Team Secret, Alter Ego, all these big favorites coming in from Southeast Asia are here to play as well. So we definitely want to see what will they bring to the table because it's gonna be even more action-packed. And you know, they definitely look super handsome on our screens as these contenders are looking to show us what they've got. So we'll definitely want to see what is going to be in store for us for tomorrow hours. But for today, we still got the show going and 3 more maps to go. Red Queen, you got to start first because I'm not hitting the mark just yet.
Okay, so we are already on our 3rd match, halfway through. It's going to be groups A, B, D, and E. Oh gosh. Let's go with NS RedForce.
Okay, do we have Alpha 7 here? If Alpha 7's on the block? Okay.
Oh, Group B is not playing?
Okay.
Match 3? It says A, B, D, E. Okay. Then if Group B is not playing, then I would go with For Miracle Vibes.
Okay, if that's
Straight
the
to
case,
the big boys.
can I go for Disabler instead if they're available? Okay, let's lock that in. All right. Now, Prod, what's it gonna be this time?
Prod is already flexing their 1 point up against us, Contra.
Somebody's got to get it.
BTR! Okay. Well, I'm not sure, though, because I believe this is not the main lineup. Or perhaps it is, we just don't know. But different names, and sometimes, you know, these players love to change their handles, you know, making it very easy for the casters to remember them by. But okay, I mean, it's your choice, guys.
Well, of course, you guys can have your own say in the chat out there, and of course, drop in all the hearts as well as drop in that sub button as well, just to keep supporting Ruthless Hype as we bring you even more action. Especially, you don't want to miss out on what happens in the Ruthless Invitational Showdown happening from tomorrow onwards. So, that being said, I think that we've seen a lot of all these glimpses coming in from all the teams out there. We might actually be wrong again on our votes, Red Queen, because why? Past 2 games, it's been the team sailing from Pakistan. I think we should have actually changed it to ASI or somebody else, because they definitely have high win ratios at this very moment. I mean, it still could be anyone's to take, but I think that For Miracle Vibes might just be able to activate once again now that we're going into another run, moving into Miramar up next.
Yeah, so far the Pakistan is currently dominating. We've got 2 of them winning the WWCD. So let's see if the other teams will try to catch up with the number of points they were able to put up on the board here. But since it's going to be in Miramar, it's going to be an exciting match. Perhaps we can see the number of utilities being thrown out there in the game will go up. Those are just some of the expectations I have before we start our match.
Well, that's pretty much what I do expect, as well as we are getting our teams to be prepped up. Ladies and gents, let's dive right into our second map of Miramar of the Night of Champions.
All right, here we go. It's going to be dry. It's going to be the desert, and the desert takes the weak. So who is going to be the weakest team as we dive in head first into Miramar?
Once again, the flight path starts from the north point. This time, skewer towards the shoreline. So we're expecting this to be from the northeastern region, heading into the far south. Now, I really want to see where they're going to be getting ourselves those early drops into the areas like Terra Blanca, or even areas like El Azahar. Speaking of which, we already look at Alpha 7 off to Cruz de Val, just like how they started off on that previous run. Nobu so far has been the best performing player in this matchup, so we'll definitely want to see if he will be able to pull up even greater numbers moving into this round of Miramar.
Wow. Doc of For Miracle Vibes have already been dethroned by Rivo of Alpha 7. So that's exactly... I don't even see Doc now in the lineup. Oh, that is pretty interesting. But anyway, we're about to start the match here, ladies and gents. On the screen, we've got at least 2 players coming from Alpha 7 who is now getting all of the resources they can find inside this compound. Perhaps they're on a split here, just to try and maximize everything that they can get so far and put inside their backpack. But as for the other teams, we've got plenty of them headed towards down south, but the north is where the battle is going to be at. So it's going to be an interesting rotations coming from the teams here.
Well, I did call that I wanted to vote for Alpha 7, and this time they're rewarded with another circle. I think that they're going to have a splendid game overall. Now, I don't know if I do regret about my vote over on to the ECB because, they kept going for those back and forth trades up against the likes of Nigma Galaxy, but so far at least they've been winning their trades. That's a good news. Meanwhile, of course, we take a look at Weibo. What are they up to this time inside of Picado?
What can they take? Okay, coming from the kill feed, it's A1 Esports having an exchange up against ASI8. That was a great shot coming from Rowdy over here with an SKS, if I'm not mistaken. Early hunt, coming from A1. RQ also stumbled upon another team in Miramar, and I believe RQ has one of their members out there bleeding in the open. So let's see if we'll have a confirmation of a death mark here, or perhaps they can save their teammate. But RW as well is having an exchange with Weibo Gaming.
Interesting enough, Rowdy have seen them driving over onto these quarters, but they do allow this push to happen. I believe A1 Esports want them to be boxed in. they didn't really go in for the confirmation, it seems. And over on the side of the Rogue Warriors, they managed to pin down members of Weibo Gaming. That's going to be inside Picado, so it's not only between WBG as well as the members of Vampire Esports. So it is a three-way battle inside that city while Long is just trying to hold down the line. Suk this time gets to play, moving into the corners of Weibo. But back towards the side of ASI versus A1. This is the fight of South Asia, where ASI just got off a hot streak, securing that win. But Vampires, RW, Weibo, we see Weibo already losing a few members, so they're going to be making a run out of this.
Ooh.
So it's going to be RW that will be challenged by the rest of Vampires.
ASI8, another part of town, was able to serve their revenge up against A1. Sinister already out of the game here. Baby, again, was able to shut down Rowdy, so we already have like 2 elimination points under this player. Hitman right now goes in for that exchange, but with a micro Uzi versus a shotgun, it's not going to stand a chance.
Yeah, that's just pretty much straightforward. While ASI, they once again land another 4-pointer. They are going pretty close to eventually overtake Dplus KIA as well at this current raid. But they did lose one member, and that is Huzaifa, who's already out of the game. But they also did manage to recover UZM early on. The Pecco gets a little bit of a hit rate, and that is up against HORAA Esports. It's just sad news for the Purple Hearts. They're not really getting much in return, but we'll have to see if they would be able to still form up an exchange, because RQ is currently boxed into these compounds.
Oh, not exactly sure what is happening with HORAA Esports, but the aggression isn't just there. You know, I've been looking for some consistency, but HORAA Esports might not be in the mood. I don't know, to pick up the pace, or perhaps they haven't found the rhythm just yet. But here's a chance for them to prove themselves yet again versus RQ. They've got Sky right here doing a massive spray up against Genfos, but Genfos was able to recuperate from that exchange. Jiggle right now is the one pretty close with RQ. Now he's trying to jiggle his way 2v1 situation. Who is going to be winning the fight? Is it going to be Jiggle, or is it going to be RQ?
Just look at how aggressive they're playing this one now. Jiggle with the jump shot. Actually finds the connection once again, but he's being brought down pretty low. Got to go in for the reload. Now he's pretty much bunched inside. And just like that, the swings over again. HORAA Esports, they're turning the tides around. But once again, all the outskirts, this is the rival of BTR, knocking down one of his teammates. And now only down to Jiggle. They go in for the rescue. And it's going to be Nugget that tries to actually rescue him, but no fear. He's going to get the angles right, and this is a perfect chance for them to shut down RRQ.
Okay, here we go. This is what I'm talking about. HORAA Esports stepping onto the pedal and just making things happen for them. You know, the aggression, we've been looking for that one since the get-go. Day number 1 wasn't really exactly a good run for them, but perhaps, the tide can change for day number 2. So hopefully they get to the latter stages of this round just to make sure that they get enough points. But okay, BTR, come on. HORAA Esports, just as we were praising them, got slaughtered down the way, courtesy of the Bigetron.
Yeah, last I checked, Coach Ken is actually in this matchup, so of course, kudos to him. He called the shots, and things are looking really well. They managed to eventually wipe away the weakened side of HORAA Esports. While this fight have yet to be settled with this three-way warfare, we see RW taking the top cut of the map. This Vampire Esports looking for that push. Not too sure if they're going to check every single nuke and credit, but Long has been sought out, and just like that, it's going to be answered back. Suk, he can only do so much, so that's going to be Weibo Gaming with another early exit. He's falling right in, and he hits directly onto Schweppes.
Hey, that was a great execution coming from Vampires when they went up against Weibo Gaming, but unfortunately, Rogue Warriors was able to pick up their location, and now they're retaliating over Vampire Esports. But then again, Vampire was able to pull through. Great reflex, great way to defend themselves as well. Shows experience and of course shows great communication within the team. Hence, winning the fight and putting up 6 elimination points under their name. 11 teams remaining, ladies and gents, and you can see over to the right side here, we've got a lot of teams on rotation. Teams that dropped around south area and central location of Miramar. But again, this is the biggest map that we have in the competitive scene right now, and the circle isn't small for now. So again, we've got a lot of places to hide in.
True enough, and it's going to take a while. Meanwhile, you can see over in the center of the map already is being occupied by A7, BTR, Nongshim RedForce. They don't really have to rotate too far. So it's going to be pretty similar as to how our very first match has been played out. Where we're definitely hoping to see if there's going to be any form of a closure coming in from either side of the teams. Where a lot of these teams who are inside Picado, they've been pretty much bunched up. And once more, we do expect them to commit to that fight where they're currently being scattered across that city. For Miracle Vibes, this is going to be a long route as they are bypassing the blue. So we'll see where exactly will they land later on.
This is a mountainous area right here where the circle actually landed, so there will be a lot of high grounds. There are also a lot of compounds to work with, but then again, you need to be able to make the most of it. Like maybe pick a very good spot, a very good angle, a great vantage point. That's always the key in winning in Miramar. So let's see who's going to dominate for this stage alone. But Vampire Esports right now with 6 elimination points. This is quite a long range, but I do believe they're having an altercation up against 4 Miracle Vibes, and one of them is currently knocked down on the ground. But since we do have that distance between these two teams, 4 Miracle Vibes wouldn't have, like a problem picking up their teammate here.
Absolutely, and it is still going to be pretty tough for them to really navigate their way around, especially now being peppered by some of these members of BPE, but of course they're happy to, of course, fully commit to this. JDG trying to make their way a cut, and just like that, Vampire Esports stopped them on their tracks, already looking for that 7 points. Make that 8 as Tony K secures Yang off the list.
Man, okay. Great vantage point, though, for the side of 4 Miracle Vibes. But they're already tanking the blue here, and it's a long travel from where they are right now to the safe zone, so not sure about this tactics. But anyway, 5 elimination points, though, for our previous winner chicken dinner, ASI8. They are on a killing streak, I believe. They have already set their momentum, but of course, we're looking for that consistency, as always. Alpha 7, no score just yet, but they're already in the middle of the map, surrounded by the boys of VTR. We also got the Koreans, NS RedForce, ThunderTalk Gaming, also within proximity here. But whether or not they push to, they decide to push and engage with one another, that is still the big question right there. But for JDG, 2 elimination points, 1 player left, it's gonna be tough.
Yeah, it definitely looks super, super tough at this current moment. But, of course, JDG, they are just trying to see if they could just force this hustle in order to actually slowly flush them out one after another. But Coast is looking pretty clear. Let's take a look at how many teams are still on their journey. For Miracle Vibes, JDG, they're pretty much stuck over on the blue zone, so they are going for that full commitment. A lava grenade, not really hitting the mark just yet. ASIA hoping to just secure this one, but meanwhile, over onto the outskirts, on the top side of the hill, is Rob from Nigma Galaxy to shut off that final member of JDG.
Okay, here we go. Nigma Galaxy, Ralph trying to make a move here, but UZM seems to be in a good mood as well. He's been hitting his shots, getting some damage done, but still not quite enough, to put Ralph down at this point. But then again, Nigma Galaxy has that high ground advantage, but they have to settle the score as soon as they can, because stage 3, it's a bit itchy, if you ask me, already. It's already taking chunks of your life here.
Yeah, it definitely is, and these teams, they're not really getting all too much of the easy course. Well, as I8 is actually banking a lot of all these points after winning out that trade that they had inside of the city of Los Leones. Now slowly picking apart members of Formerical Vibes who are looking for a little bit more of that hustle on that outskirts. But looking at this current standpoint, Zyle has got so little left over onto these borders, and now finds that recommitment over onto the UZM tops, trying to trade out, and it's going to be a full blow that shuts off ASI8, so that win streak is not going to continue from here on.
Oh man, godlike reflexes, amazing pick and shoot right there coming from Formerical Vibes. Okay. 4 elimination points, not bad at all. ASI8 exited the game with 7 points. Again, it's still a good number so far for ASI8. I mean, previously they've got the winner chicken dinner, so I still think that it was a good pacing for them. Anyway, Nongshim RedForce, 1 casualty XZY is no longer in the game. So far, it's pretty quiet, although I believe they've already spotted some of the boys of Vampire Esports have been lurking around the area as well, but that wouldn't stop a Nongshim RedForce to loot that special crate right there. And hey, they're also surrounded by ThunderTalk Gaming, so Binny unfortunately is bleeding out there in the open. It could be hard to pick him up at this point.
Yeah, speaking of which, this is definitely going to be a little bit of a daunting task. But overall, whoever's inside his zone, just like ThunderTalk, they've been happy to, of course, go in for further commitment. Nongshim, they still need to actually pick up that fallen member out there, and it is still going to be pretty much of the open surrounding. So I'm wondering if they will be able to eventually get the job done. As you can definitely tell, ThunderTalk is hoping to get them off completely. Dplus KIA, they got themselves the high ground over to play, while the rest of BTR are playing for North Point. A7, so far, having a very stable run. It's still looking rather good on how things are looking like for the side of Alpha 7. So, for Michael Vibes, they try to pave their path as they take down one member of Vampire Esports.
Whew. Binny's still down on the ground. TZ, man, he needs to take care of business first. Like maybe try to shut down King from ThunderTalk Gaming before he picks up his teammate here, just to make sure that everything will go smooth as butter. Now, King wasn't able to hit his target, but he is a little hesitant to kind of move forward. And that paved the way, for NS RedForce to pick up Binny and put him inside the car, move over to Doc C to try and save him.
Yeah, speaking of which, currently, all of these angles are looking perfect for Dplus KIA as the rest of Formerical Vibes, they got bunched up over on the corner. They just arrived to the scene, and just like that, it's just free pickings for the rest of Dplus KIA to just shut them off completely. Looking good so far. Vampire Esports sees this as a golden opportunity to add more points in order to close the gap between them as well as for MV, currently holding on to second spot. Take a quick look as they spot out the rest of Nongshim RedForce right across the corner. Onsens, he's just hoping not to get caught up as they're looking to go for the wide wraparound and then perhaps recommit to the fight up against Doxy.
Okay, here we go. Doxy trying to stick an attack here up against Vampire Esports, but he's getting damaged as well. Oh man, from another angle, and it was Ventoras of Vampire Esports, and now they are waiving their 10 elimination points. Vampire Esports on a rampage here, but unfortunately though for Camel, aka Schweppes, he's already out of the game here, but he does have 1 point under his name, so it is still a-okay. Nongshim RedForce, TZ on the screen right now, last surviving member of the Korean team, was able to shut down Tony K, so that is a revenge right there. But here comes Onsen now. Let's see if he can follow through. Here comes the exchange. Onsen with an S12K. Oh, completely missed that opportunity to take the opponent down. Or here comes TZ from the second floor down to the ground floor. But great anticipation from Vampire. And now NS RedForce out of the game.
That's crazy. That's 12 points already for Vampire Esports. How many teams did they took on throughout the course of the run? You saw that balance out Picaro, and now even infiltrating Nongshim RedForce to just overwhelm them, shutting them off completely. 12 points added to the tally, and if they secure a chicken dinner, they can race up against the rest of Formica Vibes, who's no longer in this match.
Okay. It's quiet for now. It's pretty vanilla. Everyone is killing nothing but time at the moment. Squash boot on prone. They're trying to pop some heads from BTR's side, but they're really waiting for that opening knock to happen for BTR to expose their heads, but I don't think BTR is going to do just that. And now the circle has shifted once again, this time favoring BTR. So there's a lot of teams that will be coming from the west side and also the south side, but who will be fighting up against each other? That is a big question just yet, so we'll just have to wait and see.
Actually, I think that it does favor LGD a little bit more. Take a look at the other region just across the street. They are actually securing a lot more of the region as compared to BTR, who needs to face off against numerous teams who are going to make that climb upwards. So it's looking a little bit tough as maybe they try to book a spot, but immediately as they move forward, it's way Dplus KIA that will try to look to puncture them. And speaking of which, they do get the trade out there in return. So good work coming in from Vampire Esports to be able to hold down the line.
Okay. I mean, I think for BTR, right? They do have that high ground advantage, though. So that is that's 1 point up against their arsenal. Yes, they're going to be facing off with quite a number of teams here, but Alpha 7 will definitely be busy taking care of business up against ThunderTalk Gaming. And I think that would be the only time that they can focus on a BTR. Not if Vampire Esports will be entering from the southwest side as well, so big potential right there to have an altercation with Alpha 7. But then again, it all boils down on how good these teams are at executing all of their plans. I mean, planning is just 50%, and the other 50% is the execution.
Indeed, and look at the current execution, ThunderTalk Gaming. They need to brute force their way out of this one as they're just by the outskirts, also being punched in by the team over the spine of the hill. This is not looking all too clear-cut as we are looking at a big fight ruptured as Vampire Esports tries to push right through. They're being held right back, but these are dropping in. Continue! He's trying to survive, but not quite enough! Once again, it's Vampire Esports doing the damage, but that is going to be a streak of kills to be broken out. There are 13 points. Make that 14 as the Massive Lees close it out at a big number, just like how Alpha 7 did in the round of Erangel.
Vampires popping off. 14 before they exited the game. Now Alpha 7 again just anticipated the attack up against ThunderTalk Gaming. Jay's a little bit low on the HP here, so King is trying to buy some time for his teammate to reset. But here comes LGD Gaming now. M2 doing a massive spree up against Dplus KIA. But oh, chips! What a brutal shot to the face! And that puts down the rest of LGD, which brings us down just 5 teams remaining. Contra.
Yeah, it's just so quick as we are already looking into all these teams fighting for that space up on the hillside. The nades are primed right through. It's going to be pretty close as we see the rest of Carrillo and A7 tries to actually trade right back, unallowing Sing to actually push right through. It's just going to be straightforward angles for A7 to work with.
Oh man, Carrillo is still down at the moment. Now Squash Boo needs to keep Snowix at bay, but Snowix is kind of going back and forth. He does have the low ground in this situation, but then again, A7 is trying to do a reset here, so they're a little bit disoriented. Rivo trying to find a good vantage point to try and take down Snowix, but let's see if Snowix can actually put down at least one player from A7. Now he was able to do a lot of damage, but not enough because it was a 2v1, and Snowix just missed that opportunity to serve that revenge up against Alpha 7.
Now it's BTR, A7, and Dplus KIA. Can I have my vote back for Alpha 7? Because I was told that they were not in this round, but you know, of course, I'll be happy for any of these guys. And a big bounce back performance coming in from BTR, where even the likes of Dplus KIA was sort of absent coming in from the other portion of the matches being played out. BTR, they've been holding over on the high ground for a very long time. Now sees a little bit more of that involvement against a very formidable side as Mafioso always looks super sharp on the long-range approach, but the blue zone's already chipping some of his health bars, so he got to be very mindful of that.
Okay, okay, currently this is a Mexican standoff happening because we still have 3 more teams here. Alpha 7, they do have a choice whether to go up against Dplus KIA or go up against Bigetron, but technically there's no pressure just yet for teams to actually push forward, but then again, Dplus KIA found an opening and took down Mafioso from that spray, which is of course an effective attack coming from Dplus KIA, and puts Alpha 7 in a world of trouble at the moment.
It definitely is. Dplus KIA, they're just hoping to actually hold firm onto that region. Also does actually get the cash onto Mafioso. And Alpha 7, with one member out there, just trying to see if they could just find any form of angles to work with. Also just primes in the grenade, slowly tagging onto Revo. So they got to also fall back for a little bit. So this is where it gets really awkward, right? Where you have that other corner of the street, which is kind of unreachable. We will see the rest of BTR to be able to go in for that form of expansion. Meanwhile, these 2 teams are just slowly tagging upon each other.
Honestly, BTR already has this one in the bag. All they need to do is just play their cards right and make a good, series of decisions here. Because I can see that Alpha 7 will definitely be, challenging up the boards of Dplus KIA. For now, Osal is the one pretty close to Alpha 7, getting all the information the team needs. But yeah, we'll just have to wait until the circle shrinks again, perhaps, but not if Vian finds an opening again. And now Alpha 7 Squash is down on the ground here, and with the amount of pressure that they have feeling right now coming from Dplus KIA, a pickup can be tricky here.
Very, very tricky, if you ask me. As you can see, the pursuit is coming right through. Dplus KIA wants to actually call the entire party to chime in on this one, where Chips pushing right through. It's all down to Carrillo on that UMP as he's getting his attention span pulled left, right, center. Where exactly will he actually answer back? And there we go. Also lands the blow, but it's still gonna be him going 1-for-1. Carrillo holding them down, and just look at that. Dplus KIA shuts them out. Now it's the entire BTR versus Osal.
All right, here we go, ladies and gents. Dplus KIA showing us the reason why they're the champions of the PMPS. Currently, Dplus KIA is doing a reset, prepping themselves up to go up against a BTR. This is the last 2 teams fighting for the winner chicken dinner. Oh man, we've been throwing nades. We can see a lot of nades actually being thrown by BTR as well. Also, is a little bit low on the HP here, but Voxy already trying to make a move here, going off angle, but Cheeps was able to get a whiff of that one, but Voxy stepping back. Here comes another nade, and also got knocked down on the ground hard.
Yeah, it's all down to 1, so it's all about buying time and space. BTR, they're looking to shut this one down, or can there be a miracle coming out of that Dplus KIA? This is gonna be a tough one.
Miracle.
And speaking of which, 2 members of BTR is not with that grenade. The miracle, like you called it.
Oh man, my head is already aching. The miracle that we have been looking for just happened on the screen. So I guess if you believe it, it will definitely happen. But here comes the next stage. BTR trying to recuperate, trying to get a whiff of where Chips is exactly. But this is a one-man show right now coming from Dplus KIA.
It definitely is, but so far the fight is being very well managed. Voxy now brings in the remember down. So like you said, 1 versus 3. Can this be the turning point here, being brought to light from Fabian on that low ground, just trying to cut through the streets? BTR trying to be a little bit more composed. Voxy now pushing right through. They should be able to sniff this one out just right behind the tree. Is he gonna be able to pull it out? Brody goes down. This could be it. A ring around the rosy, but BTR will have this one in the bag. And once again, Prod has outdone us once more.
Oh my goodness, but Dplus KIA certainly did not make it easy for Bigetron to win that fight. It was an absolute clutch right there, putting down two players of BTR with that nade coming from Chips, and the support coming from Fabian was absolute top-notch. But then again, the spotlight belongs to Bigetron for winning and getting the WWCD, a convincing win, that is.
True enough, it's great to actually see the Red Villains back on top as Bigetron Esports secures themselves a chicken dinner cheer. So far, with Kent also playing, or I'm not too certain because they don't really reveal to us who exactly are the players out there. Sometimes it could be, a trial player that's currently on the Kent account. But if it's Kent himself, I'm absolutely impressed. So far, the SA streak has been broken. But of course, that being said, we have Voxy that has been the main man of BTR this time around.
Whew, okay. Man, I have to catch my breath. Okay, yeah, again, it was a phenomenal display of talent, reflex, and skill coming from BTR. They waited it out, looked for that right timing, for that right moment to just get into the game there. But again, they did have all of the advantages working out for them. I mean, they have a complete squad, they have the high ground, and everyone was just trying to find their way and trying to find a good angle that could best work for the team as well. And Dplus KIA, unfortunately, will be actually came from down below. Alpha 7, I think, the integrity of their vest and their helmet is not good anymore, so that is probably one of the factors why they were easily taken down by both BTR and Dplus KIA, to be honest. But then again, at the end of the match, it was BTR who took the crown.
They took the crown. Meanwhile, another Southeast Asian team has managed to also steal the show. We saw Vampire Esports going on that rampage, winning out the trade up against anybody inside of Picado. That was Rope Warriors as well as Weibo. And then when they were on that exit, they also peppered some members out of For Miracle Vibes. And anybody that comes up close to them, or whichever member that's hoping to fight up against them. And Nongshim RedForce was overwhelmed because of that. Dplus KIA, they also managed to secure a really good region alongside with 87 overall in this matchup. And of course, have yielded great results. But take a look at the damage numbers out there. 10 elimination points for Dplus KIA with 2,575 damage. They're definitely on the roll, but unfortunately, when we saw that being an uphill battle, it really seemed like he could actually turn the tides around, right? But a little bit too overwhelming when you have all 4 members still alive from BTR.
You mentioned Vampire Esports and the way that they popped off during this match. It's always interesting how style complements the rest of the lineup. Players like Shreps and Nuzi, they thrive on aggressive game plays, while Tony K, Mormon, they bring the consistency and strategic depth, right? And Ventorez just fits right into this dynamic, acting as a destabilizing force, I can say. But anyway, to talk more about Vampire Esports, we've got the MVP of the match here, and 6 elimination points, 880 damage output coming from Onzen right here.
You know what I'm really impressed by? It's not just those big damage numbers as well as the elimination points, but 18 utils throughout the span of a round. He's doing everything in this matchup, just providing cover, dropping in the frags, and you name it, Onsen's got it. And he's also competent alongside with Tony K to be able to back a total of 10 just by the 2 of them. So that's super impressive out of Vampire Esports. Meanwhile, it's been 5 points for Chips and 3 points for Oso.
Oh man. Okay, we've seen for the official tournaments, we've seen quite a decline of Vampire Esports tenacity in the professional stages. But then again, I feel like, for this year, they are recalibrating a lot of their tactics, and hopefully we can see them rise up again. After all, they're the back-to-back winner chicken dinner for the PMWI, so we do know the kind of caliber this boys can deliver inside any tournament. But getting back into the match leaderboard here again, BTR 16 total points. They're pretty tied up with Dplus KIA, basically the same thing. But the only difference is that BTR is eating and feasting on a chicken dinner.
Yeah, and at the very same time, take a look at Alpha 7. Another Big 10-pointer to be added to the tally. So they're still on the chase up against these members of Vampire Esports and anybody whose names list up above them. For the current moment, we're also looking at the match stats where this time around, pretty similar in terms of headshot rates, just maybe if anything that changes. We see a lot of all these players lurking around the blue zone, which is why we have lesser eliminations. And this time, improvements on the throwables used.
Yeah, this is a huge improvement, I can say. Day one is just like all low numbers. But I think today we've hit the lowest of them all, which is 103. Was that 103 or 111? I'm not sure, but yeah, it's a pretty low stats. But anyway, overall rankings, ladies and gents, for MV remains to be at the top spot with 84 points. Vampire Esports now moving up to second place. Dplus KIA slowly but surely top 3 teams right now on the overall rankings. 4 tribes, unfortunately, as well as Alpha 7 and NS RedForce moved down a couple of ranks in the leaderboard.
Yeah, this definitely has been a really tough run overall, as we are also looking at ThunderTalk to be able to recoup with just a couple of points added to the tally as well. It's been rather interesting as to see how these teams has been able to go juggling with all the pressure out there, but the zone definitely has favored ThunderTalk, while BTR definitely has climbed 7 spots up with this chicken dinner, which is super impressive. And eventually, we might even see them moving back into the first page.
Yeah, started from the bottom, now we here. Okay, BTR with an amazing 1 game, right? And they were able to skyrocket themselves onto the 10th place of the leaderboard. So again, it's a make or break situation for most of the teams here. But you know, for HORAA Esports, they're a non-mover here at spot number 17. So I don't know. I mean, how many more matches do we have for today? Only 3 more matches, right? Was it? Oh yeah, only 3 more matches. So do they still have time to make up for the lost points? That is a big question mark right there.
Yeah, it is looking rather scary out there, but hey, we'll give them a little bit of time to recuperate. And of course, that being said, we'll go on a short break, so don't go anywhere. we're starting things really quickly. I know we got 1 more minute to go, but we are just diving into action because the teams, they're eager to score once more. Red Queen, that was a huge performance. We're finally getting something special coming from BTR here, moving into the final night here of the Night of Champions. Tomorrow, definitely a lot more action as we will start our invitationals, as it sets the tone pretty much right for BTR.
Yeah, you know what? Finally, Bigetron Esports have stepped up and delivered what their fans have been waiting for: a winner-winner chicken dinner in match number 8 with the 16 points total. So this victory isn't just about the scoreboard, it's about making a statement. You know, BTR has been under the radar for much of the tournament, but this win might be just the spark, you know, they need to gain momentum in this final matches. And of course, there's also Vampire Esports, who absolutely popped off in match number 8. So now the question is if BTR can continue this momentum and climb even further. We've talked about like only 3 matches a while ago. Now it's down to just 2. Only 5 matches for today. So time is ticking, Contra. Who are you gonna pick this time?
Who am I gonna pick? Could be Alpha 7 this time around. Could it be? Are they in this lobby? Can I get confirmation? Is Alpha 7 in? If it is, I'm going for it. Well, A7. There we go.
All right, good. Not a bad team. You know what? I feel like Four Thrives is going at it again, going for the chicken dinner for this round. So I'm going for Four Thrives.
Okay. 4T. Okay, I guess it's down for production to see what exactly will be his pick of the night. He's going for Alpha 7 as well. No wonder he's thinking sometimes like, are you sure, Contra? Are you really gonna take my pick? And like, okay, fair game. We can both vote for the same thing. So far, the reason why I'm voting for Alpha 7, I think it just makes a lot of sense, right? On their work rate, how they've been able to really bring the challenge to all the other teams out there, and so far, things are looking really good despite sometimes with their backs against the wall. They are still showing us that they are out there to be able to really rack those big numbers.
Yeah, and Alpha 7 Esports reminded us a while ago why they're such a powerhouse, you know, scoring an impressive number of elimination points during match number 7 and taking the top spot in the match rankings even without a winner-winner chicken dinner. So again, the aggressive playstyle is clearly paying off, and they're showing us that consistent eliminations can be just as impactful as grabbing a chicken dinner. So I do understand why you guys are choosing to put your fate on the boys of Alpha 7, but then again, you know, have a good feeling about this match. Just making it spicy for everyone. You know, we're interested about your pick as well, so please let us know down there in the comment section.
Yep, and of course we only got 2 more games to go, and so far, even with Fort Miracle vibes maybe slowing down things a little bit more, heading into day 2, who have yet to score a win, they're still looking pretty magnificent, where no teams have been able to challenge them at this current standpoint. So I'm definitely excited to actually see how far does this actually take them overall in this scoreboard.
Yeah, I'm ready to start the battle. You know, I have to have an outlet, you know, with all of this adrenaline that I'm feeling and all of this excitement that I'm feeling coming from all the teams here. You know, just a while ago before we started the game, to be honest, I was a little sleepy, but all of the action that just happened, even during the first match, woke me up in an instant. So I bet you guys are excited as well. So might as well get you guys your favorite snacks or your favorite drinks and call your friends, because this is already the second to the last game before we wrap things up.
That's right, and of course, it's about time we get ourselves ready for the next matchup. So moving into Erangel once again, I think there's definitely a lot of talk over on to how these teams are still trying to, you know, make certain adjustments, and also how things have been played out so far with a lot of all these teams really getting pretty much the gist of it. I think the big winners when it comes down to fights, definitely we're looking at Vampire Esports and Alpha 7 to be the rowdiest of them all. But the rest of the pack definitely needs to start showing us that there is still a lot more that they could actually do in order to score big. Because when it comes down to a few of these winners early on inside Erangel, they were just holding back, just waiting for the win, which, you know, is technically the right thing to do, but sometimes you've got to maximize those points whenever you could.
Oh, yeah, definitely. But for the side of for Miracle Vibes, I feel like they're starting to slow down because again, it's a wide gap compared to the teams that are second place moving down the list, and if they're going to be exerting effort, I don't think it's going to be that much because well, they're obviously hard hitters, and the fact that they do have this golden roster that we keep on talking about from the get-go, I think they just would want to flex their muscle a bit because during day number one, we did mention this, that they're not even playing at 100%, and they're killing it right now.
Yeah, they're absolutely killing it, and we'll see if they could actually score themselves a big win as we move back into Erangel.
Boom, 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 boom. All right, back to Erangel here, ladies and gents. Second to the last game, match number 9. And again, final chances for those teams to still make it happen, to make up for the lost points if they would want to make any difference. Now is the time to kind of pop off. And this is such a great flight path. It's just right down there in the middle. So, there's a fair chance most of the teams here can go directly to their favorite spots, but I feel like, and I'm going to anticipate this one, that most of the teams are definitely going for the same drops that we've seen a while ago.
Sure enough, and it has been pretty much a familiar pattern for the majority of these teams. If there's any form of adjustments, we might see maybe lesser fights taking place, like the corners of Zarki, of all places of Township to fight. Other than that, the last battle we saw, there was an altercation moving into the corners of school, and perhaps some regions of Rozhok that has been slightly contested. So perhaps those are certain things that we can keep our eyes out for heading into this early run, moving into this final 2 maps. So far, looking clean, as we're also looking at a very late drop coming in from Rope Warriors.
I don't know if this place still does exist, but is it in Zarki that has a picnic spot in the map? I don't know if you guys remember it. I mean, if you are actually playing PUBG for a long time now, you'll get what I mean. I mean, there's a picnic spot in Erangel somewhere. I'm just not sure if it's in Zarki. But anyway, out of the blue, random thought.
It might just be. I mean, you're probably not wrong about that. Of course, we definitely want to check out if that is going to be the case, if they could just go picnicking for a little bit. This time it's DX versus JDG. Teams are really, really going up for these challenges early on, so pretty interesting to actually see all these further commitments. Whereas a lot of all the other squads are just going to be having the typical early phase of the game losing stage. JDG, can they out-hustle the hustlers coming in from the Saviors?
Yeah, that is their spot right there. And JD, I believe, is ready for the fight. They prepped up for this one. I mean, we've been playing a lot of matches now since yesterday, so I'm sure that they already know that this territory had already been marked, but I don't see that as a problem for JD. So here comes now the first move. Smoke's being popped off. Obviously, JD has all the intention to move forward a bit, and now we can see someone cooking up a nade here. The Savior is kind of just, like quiet, waiting for them to get inside. But as for Nigma Galaxy, someone in the team is drowning.
Oh, I'm not too sure what's really going on there. It's a little too early to give up, my friend. And of course, all hopes are not lost just yet. So hopefully, they will be able to at least play with 3 members out there. Perhaps it's a connection loss that have resulted into that. Of course,
Oh,
we see Arwen now drowning as well.
yeah. Yeah, and I'm pretty surprised they didn't choose to drop in a Pachinki area. Usually it's D Savior versus Nigma Galaxy, but now it's JD. So there's been a mix-up, a change of strategy, perhaps. You need to not be too predictable inside the game, and that's exactly what we are seeing coming from JD here. Now, we've got one player. It's CDD on the rooftop where Nadity's currently staying out, as well as Levi's. But there is someone pulling the trigger there somewhere, forced JD to give up that vantage point.
Huh, rather interesting. Well, that being said, it definitely will be a very tight altercation right directly inside the city, as we can see the rest of D-Saber striking once again with Paragin, hoping to secure that first blood, as that is going to be one member knocked for now. Paragin holding down the angle. He does note for a fact that there are 2 members out there, as they are sending Levi's as well as Nate T to settle the score. I believe that might be Lamborghini that's on that Chinese name. Nate T missing the mark for a little bit, but his back is exposed, so it's going to be Sunan that does secure it.
Great back and forth situation here between D Savior and JD. JD still a complete squad though, so that puts them at an advantage up against D Savior. Natty T, that is a confirmation. He is already out of the game here, but Levi's great counter, holding on to that end of the stairs there. Yang chose to pick up his teammate as Levi's get gunned down by none at the same time. So again, a great back and forth exchange here coming from these 2 amazing teams. Now D-Saver, he has the element of surprise, but missed the opportunity to knock him down.
Boy, it's just gonna be so close, and we might actually see them actually getting pretty much bunched up all together, and there goes Lambo. D-Saber flushed out, and JDG takes over Pachinki.
Oh, new kings in Pachinki? Man. Okay. Pretty sure the fans of D-Saver wasn't expecting that to happen. But then again, JD have been awfully quiet, since day number 1 in the competition. So it's a breath of fresh air to see JD actually dominate a fight up against D-Savior and Pachinki. There's a reason why these Chinese teams are being invited to play in the Night of Champions rather. It's because they've already established their name in the Peace Elite camp, if I'm not mistaken, or Peace Elite Esports, or PEL, and they already have the name to as a reputation, of course, and how good they are when it comes to showcasing their skills and raw talent in playing PUBG Mobile. Now, looking at ThunderTalk Gaming here, ladies and gents, so far so good. I don't see anyone about to contest them just yet. They're around build to power. Stage 1 into this match, and we already have 2 out of the game, and that would be Nigma Galaxy and D-Savior. Now, we're not exactly sure what happened with Nigma Galaxy, but we've seen from the kill feed that, members actually just drowned, so perhaps it was a signal issue.
It might just be. I mean, it's also been a really long night. You know what I was hoping to see? If Nigma Galaxy did not disconnect or so, then we might actually see 3 teams inside of Pachinki to fight it all out.
Yeah.
That would be super interesting. It might have actually altered what the result was. But, of course, going back to that fight, it was excellently pulled out in the form of tactics of how JD Gaming has been able to slowly weather down those numbers. Initially, it was a good trade coming out of D-Saver, and there's just 0 conversion rate whatsoever, even despite D-Saver opening up with that knock coming in from Paragin. So, on top of that, while we speak about connection issue, you gotta also keep in mind that all the players coming in from the PEL region has to play with VPN on which means that despite whatever the case may be, they're already having a deficit coming in from the latency aspect. So kudos to them that they are still committing to all these hustle throughout the matches.
To be honest, the team that I was expecting to have some sort of signal issues would be Alpha 7.
True enough, actually.
But so far, so good. I mean, we've never experienced any disturbance when it comes to Alpha 7, so the force is strong, from the side of Alpha 7. But anyway, most of the teams are on rotation right now, and 4Miracle Vibe seems to have found their way up against the boys of ThunderTalk Gaming, and now the fight is absolutely going to happen. We've got Shing already on the ground here, courtesy of Doc, and 4MV seems to be decided to push through with this fight.
Yeah, it seems pretty interesting as we have the other members actually moving up the hillside. Sunan now tries to commit to this one up against the members of ThunderTalk, and the grenade falls pretty closely. The swing not quite good enough coming in from the member of ThunderTalk. King will now bow to his feet, whereas we're just going to be seeing JDG go on an absolute domination on that 5 points.
Is this it? Is this really it? JD stepping up and showing up for this Erangel match. Oh, that would be that's actually exciting. But anyway, ASI8 right now puts down Ken of BTR on his knees. I'm not sure if that was already the confirmation that he got already sent back to the lobby there, but BTR so far is staying in the Gatka Mountains, which is at the edge of the circle. So yeah, ASI8 has all the intention to get inside the safe zone, but then again, they will have to go through BTR first. But that was like an advantage on the side of ASI8, putting down one player from BTR.
Yeah, I believe that's just gonna be a knock for now, or it has been confirmed actually. As one player has been missing, that's gonna be Coach Ken, perhaps. And that being said, that goes to show you how difficult these rounds can actually get, even in the early rotations of teams are slowly getting clipped up, and they lose the tower. Refus has got nowhere to go after them being surrounded out to the open. JDG trading back and forth, and now 4Miracle Vibes are just going to commit to the act. As Doc, he's in trouble. JDG, so long as they are slowly getting peppered, there's no way for them to confirm this kill.
Yep, I mean, there's no going back right now. They do have to commit because of the fact that JG already has 2 players down on the ground, so they are being slaughtered by 4Miracle Vibes. So this gives a chance, for the other members to recover in the situation. But there's a lot of exchange going on simultaneously. We got A1 AERO as well versus Tianba, and Tianba getting eliminated. No, but we still got one more. How come it says eliminated? But we still got one more. It's QZ. Cooking up a nade here, getting ready to throw at the boys of A1. Can he get them? Okay, he was able to inflict a lot of damage, but still not enough to shut down any of them. Okay, that is the confirmation. Rowdy is down, but great attack from Sinister. I mean, he was able to put down one from the side of Tianba. So this is a great exchange. Unfortunately, though, for the side of Tianba, we're looking at the sole surviving member.
That's right, and now he's got to try to at least go in for a certain exchange as he is slowly trying to heal up. These mates coming in from the side of A1 Esports is not helping the situation for him to stay afloat. As you can see, he's getting clipped once more, trying to turn his back once again just to see if he could find certain angles inside the smoke, buying time, but there's no time on his side. That's sayonara, my friend. 4 points on the table for A1 Esports.
Hey, okay, so I finally got it. It was ThunderTalk a while ago. Okay, pretty confusing. Everything starts with the letter T. Okay, so circle time. Dplus KIA is doing a long rotation here from the north side. Okay, they want to make sure that they will not greet anyone. Maybe before they step inside the circle here, just playing on the safe side, which is of course always a good strategy. RW, 1 elimination point, and where are they exactly? I feel like they're already inside the circle here somewhere. Yeah, they're already in the middle, pretty close with RQ and Alpha 7.
Wow, we're getting so many of all these early trading right now, as we could see over on the corner of Planetarium. That's what I'd like to call it. Rogue Warriors got 2 members planned out. Squash he spots them out completely. That's going to be the first tag. And now there's going to be exchange coming in from Jimmy as well. Nates are now going to be sent right in. Alpha 7, unrelenting, and not going to be worried all too much about whatever pursuits that they're going to be up against. Just looking at how things are going so far, it seems like this just going to be a lot of back and forth, and Alpha 7's is looking for that huge commitment, while Rogue Warriors, they have to cut that one loss.
I mean, that's the way a hunter works, right? I mean, you just have to take advantage of that, catching your opponent off guard. BDR, Johnny, right now, doing a massive spray up against... Okay, so these are the boards of A1. Hitman down on the ground, and now he becomes a memory because he's back in the lobby here. Got sent by Johnny of Bigetron. But BTR is not out of the woods just yet because this is the last player remaining for the side of BTR. They did dance it off, but at the end, it was Dead Storm who emerged victorious from that clash.
Yeah, still a lot of all these trades coming on the hillside. ASI8 will actually get the better trades as we see BTR bowing out rather early. Very unfortunate run for them. While we have pretty much further commitments for the rest of ASI because their trouble's not over just yet.
Okay. This is such a great improvement, though, for A1 AERO. I mean, 5 elimination points, although with 2 casualties, I think it's okay. Just as long as they put a number on the scoreboard, they're going to be fine. Champion Esports having a conflict here that they need to settle up against ASI8. A great shotgun kill from Champions Esports, hence putting 1 under their name here. But definitely the rest of the team already got a whiff of the situation. The question is, are they going to do a revenge here? Are they going to avenge their fallen comrade?
We'll definitely have to take a closer look on what they could possibly pull on the table. A1 Esports so far, 5 points on the tally. They could still do a little bit more damage as LGD is around the corner. They're the ones lobbing the grenade, doing even more of the damage as I speak of it. Oh man, this is just looking to be pretty much of a messy trade for the likes of many. And here we go! Wow, it's going to be M2 that does get it done.
Yep, that was an on-point nade coming from LGD, and now Sinister is helpless in this situation, and now he's out of the game as well. That Storm definitely will try to keep LGD at bay here, but it's kind of hard to maintain because he's already in between ASI8 and LGD. I mean, it's already hard enough to go up against 3 members of the LGD Esports, but then again, you know, ASI8 looking to join into the mix as well, so it's going to be chaotic at this point.
Very, very chaotic, as we can see. A little bit of a standstill. He barely has enough cover. He's got to make a run for it. MVM, he doesn't seem like he's got much room, but he will make do with it as World Tribes, they're looking for that further commitment on the other side of the corner. LGD is just trying to this fight on the close quarter, and it is like the rest of ASI. It has got them pretty much rounded up right behind the tree. Casanova with 1 HP left. This has been the closest fight thus far, but it goes all the way down to this 1v1. Can Afu pull the trigger? Casanova recharges, and now he tries to recommit. Casanova wins the trade, and that is a total of 6 points gathered so far by ASIA.
Catastrophic for the side of LGD, but of course a great timing for the side of the opposition. But it was, well, it's going to be hard, though, because they're down to their last member. For Miracle Vibes, however, getting picked off 1 by 1 by RQ. Now we're looking at Joel as the last member here playing for Miracle Vibes. So going up against a full squad or maybe even 2 can be difficult to pull off. So RQ will definitely be taking advantage of this one, seizing this opportunity. Now here comes the attack, though, but he's very low in HP. So Joel definitely will have this one in the bag.
You can see all these teams are just scrapping up against each other on those field side, and there's barely enough cover on the direct center. Teams will have to just run and full send it. If they manage to get any from the haystack to cover up, that's going to be perfect for them. Looking at compounds, probably there's going to be a couple of shacks lying around, but Champions Esports, what's going to be their call here? They can definitely see that there are some areas that's going to be playable, but they might have actually seen that member prior to this as A1 Esports. They got committed into a certain battle. A1, that final member, has got nowhere else to go. At least he's probably close to the zone, but making it run out of these corners not to be all too easy, especially with the rest of champions taking a close look. Speaking of which, they're getting spotted by also by the creases of the heel side, so also is going to be holding them back. What's going to be the call here? Because Champions Esports now could not really take that big wraparound with the rest of Dplus KIA waiting on top.
Well, Dplus KIA, they do have the choice whether or not, they're going to take a fight up against Champion Esports. I mean, both of the teams here are pretty close within the edge of the circle, so they could opt to just maybe play safe for a while and wait for the circle to shrink, or maybe potentially get some more points, which will definitely help their status in the overall ranking. So you just have to weigh your choices, I guess, your decisions at this point. But Alpha 7, they're holding on to a compound here down south, pretty close with 4 Thrives, and 4 Thrives, the option right now is to either get into the middle, find a spot there, or have the business settled with Alpha 7 so that, they don't have to worry about, looking behind them.
True enough, but it's not going to be an easy task to challenge Alpha 7. As you can see, they got plenty of creases to just work for cover. Carrillo will secure it as Falak has been able to just get any form of information back, and A1 Esports is already a goner. Of course, they did plenty of damage as we last saw those big fights erupt over onto the course of the lower ground from that hill. And of course, that being said, Alpha 7 looking for more, but it's going to be Atomic that does win out that trade. Carrillo now on the ground, but Squash Boo, he wants to further commit as they are playing just by the corners of these hay bales.
I'm already happy with A1 AERO's performance for today. I mean, this is probably their most improved game so far. 7 elimination points is not bad at all. Champions Esports now having an exchange with Alpha 7. Revo down on the ground. Mafioso has been cooking up great nades being thrown to champions. We've got one of them scouting the area, getting some information, cascading it back to Atomic, just so he knows where to throw maybe a nade or a molly, because there's a lot of smokes being popped off, concealing their exact location, which is, of course, a great tactic coming from Alpha 7 here. And now the circle had already shifted, but before that, ladies and gents, Champion Esports in a bit of a pickle here. Dplus KIA making it rain nades, and right now they don't have anywhere else to go, so this might be it, the end of the line for Champions.
Yeah, I just love how Dplus KIA, they see the region where they could just push through and just try to fight around that high ground terrain, despite this not being part of the zone, because they understand that all these teams are around this vicinity, so they are just making it hard for them to make that any form of entry. Also coming in from long range, they're just hoping to cut any form of direction, but that nade from nowhere! My goodness, Valja, he finds it all the way from that corner. Now he just got to settle his scores against Nobu. Also, kind of called the shots a little too far on that flank.
Hey, that's what happens to a moth when you get close to the flame. Now, also needs to find a safe spot here to wait for his teammates to pick him up, but it is going to be hard, for Dplus KIA, but Fabian already on his way. So we've got Baoja over here taking care of business. Nobu also down on the ground here, but great effort though, great backup coming from Chips of Dplus KIA. Dplus KIA obviously will not let this one go. They're so close to getting that winner chicken dinner, but it looks like Alpha 7 Esports will also seize this opportunity to get some more points up against Dplus KIA.
They might actually be able to shut them down, because Noble pretty much is bunched up against the rest of the C1 members, so it's barely down to discover. Favorite throws that grenade, and in that dire effort, he still goes down. Squash Boo now takes him down. So there is a chance right now that we might actually see either one of these parties to take it all the way home. 4 Tribes, the only team other than C1 to have 2 members on the block. We'll see what kind of impact will they have in this matchup.
It's an interesting name, not gonna lie. Squash Boo. Mabu. Squash Boo. Okay. Anyway, 4 teams remaining here, ladies and gents. And again, look who is on the top of the chart here. It's 4 Thrives. Yeah, with 2 members more, but you know, it's a fair fight for everyone since Champion Esports also has 2 members. Dplus KIA with 1. Same thing goes for Alpha 7. So yeah, it's all a matter of how good these guys are at implementing, and of course with the execution. If it's going to be as smooth as butter, then it's going to work to your advantage. Now Squash Boo on prone, trying to sneak an attack here, but great spot coming from Atomic. Champions Esports was able to spot IQQ from that angle, from that range, which puts 4 Thrives again in a world of trouble.
Now, the next zone is going to dictate how this game actually ends, because this is only stage 6. And there's a chance that it goes directly in the center. And now he sees some movement coming in from Squash Boo. And he tries to jiggle it off. Balja so far in the perfect form, taking down multiple teams. And now we'll be able to send one more flying out the lob. Despite that to be pretty much an equal exchange, that's not quite enough for them to salvage the situation. And just like that, 4 Tribes, they take that opportunity to nail out Balja. Now it's only down to Atomic. 4 Tribes, they have plenty of utilities to be put into good use. 11 frags, 3 more smokes. They could still slowly play this game out. And now they're confident enough to send IQ on the hunt.
Yeah, I mean, Cheeps obviously was the contingency plan here for the side of Dplus KIA. He stayed behind outside the zone. He did not engage in any altercations. You know, he kind of stayed inside that compound and waited it out. But then again, 4 Tribes on a split here. T24, of course, is waiting and hunting down Atomic coming from Champions Esports. And IQQ is doing the same thing up against the Cheeps of Dplus KIA. So we've got a lot of space for everyone here since we're just at stage number 7. Dplus KIA decided to, okay, maybe it's now time to move, and there's that little compound, right? Not really a compound, but a small space there for Dplus KIA to kind of chill at the moment. But I guess his position had already been compromised since Atomic already knows he is there. But the question is, what is 4 Thrives going to do in this situation?
I guess that is really down to T24 OP to be able to call the shots right now, chasing upon Atomic. He's managed to spot him on the cross with the tables, and the grenade is good! Oh, wow! 4 Tribes looking to secure their second chicken dinner of the night.
Oh, man. 4v1. Of course, we're now discounting the fact that perhaps, you know, Chips has something in his sleeves, you know, a big trick here to try and flip the script here up against 4 Thrives. It's a 2v1 situation, ladies and gents, and this might be the second winner chicken dinner for 4 Thrives. Chips now popping up those smokes, getting ready for the attack. I mean, if he can shut down at least one, oh, we're talking about a 50-50% chance for Dplus KIA.
We've seen it happen before. Dplus KIA, there are moments that they can even clutch a 1 versus 4, but now being over onto the open field, so this is looking to be a little bit more difficult to do. And they, with all the smokes all being popped up, I guess that Chips has got no choice. He could either full send it, try to book a location on this vehicle as he's trying to drive towards the direction of IQQ. There's just no place for him to run. 4 Tribes, they secured their second chicken dinner of the night.
Oh man, when I said that 4 Thrives must be on a mission here to dominate the Night of Champions, that's exactly what we're seeing from this Pakistani team. And again, it's about time, you know, for the lobby to be dominated by Pakistan. Again, this is their second winner chicken dinner of the evening. Ladies and gents, your winners, 4 Thrives.
Yeah. That was absolutely excellent. What we saw, how many teams were playing outside in the field and have not been able to hold firm. More tribes, they were taking fights after fights as well over onto these grounds, as they've been able to master the element of surprise at the very same time, where they didn't really put themselves into further danger, especially when you saw that commitment over on Far South, where Dplus KIA was pushing over onto C1 overall. And just like that, they have been able to just outwit their opponents and, of course, outlast majority of them. So kudos on them. They get this double win for tonight, and that shoots them even higher through the standings.
To be honest, for Thrives, they took their time. You know, they do have the opportunity to just perhaps just go for the push, since it's going to be a 1v1 situation either way. But they waited it out. You know, they waited for Chips to actually leave that spot, reposition himself. Atomic spotted Dplus KIA already, but he did not make any move at all. Same thing goes for Chips. I mean, he could have gotten a shot, a clear shot up against the Atomic, but he did not risk it. You know, he did not compromise his position, because he was maybe thinking that maybe, okay, they have I have a chance to probably take down 4 Thrives and steal the winner chicken dinner. That's why he didn't risk it. But it was overall a great gameplay coming from all of those 3 teams. I mean, Chips, Atomic from Champion Esports, and 4 Thrives.
That's right, and it could not be any better from what they have been able to offer throughout the course of the match, where we see a lot of back and forth action in the A1 Esports, also getting plenty of eliminations in this matchup. So I guess when we make certain comparisons out there, it could just be 4 Tribes as well as ASI8 when it comes down to all these exchanges. But take a close look at A7 Esports. The Alpha 7 so far has been looking very dominant when it comes down to taking up fights, but when it comes down to, you know, utility usage, I'm kind of surprised that 4T, despite having a lot more troubles left in tank, they haven't really been able to fully put that to effect. But of course, with all these players play out on the fields of Gatka, it's really down to how sharp they are. And I wasn't exactly too surprised to see the comparison between IQ as well as Squashboo, because they have definitely dealt a chunk here in this match.
Oh man, I just realized I got the point. Hey! All right, head to head, ladies and gents. Alpha 7 Squashboo versus IQQ 4 Thrives here. Again, the gap is not that wide, except for the team contribution, of course, coming from Alpha 7. We did see Squashboo really retaliated, kind of exerted a lot of effort to dictate the pace of the game, you know, control the tempo, control the circle, which is, of course, a great effort coming from this particular player. Now, Casanova from ASI8, 7 elimination points, the MVP title, the MVP of the match here. And again, all I can say is day number 2 of the grand finals is Pakistani domination.
Yeah, I was just about to say exactly the same. So far, Casanova has been able to rise to the occasion in order to keep the rest of ASI8 afloat. And not only that, 7 eliminations all to his name is definitely no easy task. So he might just be one of the top performers out there. And speaking of which, he definitely is the top performer inside of Erangel. Following closely is Squashboo, and then we have 4 points apiece for IQ as well as Zio. And Zio's damage so far looking pretty great, but for Micro Vibes, we saw them crash out a little bit early on because they were fighting the zone, they were fighting all these other teams that were around the corner. So it was a rather tough predicament for them because of how they were being placed around these treacherous terrains, even from the earlier run where we saw them clash up against JDG after that scuffle that they had inside Pachiki. And then now when we add all the points together, take a look at this. It's 16 points for 4T, and following closely ASI8. Everybody's just within the margin of a singular point up against each other.
Are they in the second place when it comes to the overall ranking? I wonder how many points do they still need, you know, to dethrone for Miracle Vibes. Are they going to play for the last game this evening? I do have a lot of questions, but we'll figure it out later on. We also have to give recognition to Champions Esports. I believe it was a great effort on their side as well. You know, they were very patient, especially Atomic. He waited for that right opportunity, but unfortunately, though, odds were really against him. And I guess that for me was a great try. And looking at the numbers right now, Contra, we've seen a massive improvement when it comes to the throwables used in the game. It's 181. It's a big jump, you know, from 113 to 181. So I'm already happy.
Yeah, understandably why, because when you're playing Gatka, you definitely need plenty of all these smokes for you to buy some time as well as space. So far, we are definitely seeing massive improvements, not only in terms of throwables, but on the overall rankings. Look at 4 tries. They have now overtaken not only Vampire Esports, but also DK as they surge 2 placements up. And look at the rest of the pack. It's a really stiff competition. 69 points for the side of A7, 68 for Dplus KIA, and 67. But sitting at the top, I felt like for Micro Vibes, they might just go AFK and they will still be the champions of the night.
It's a great display of talent, of course, coming from 4 Thrives here. Of course, there's still the issue where, you know, Falak left crypto in his previous team. But then again, you know, seeing him perform at his best just shows a great potential, you know, for 4 Thrives to kind of dominate eventually globally. Perhaps, you know, I would love to see that one. But then again, you know, it's always interesting to see all of these teams actually rising and coming up with a more effective plan on how to counterattack, on how they can still improve their overall gameplay, and to just, you know, stay competitive. And playing at a high caliber tournament such as this one will always be impressing not just me, but the audience as well.
That's right. And of course, one more game to go for 4 tries to be able to prove that they can just overtake for Michael Vibes, or else this is all going to be all done and dusted. So 2 things need to happen here. Excuse me, I'm having a little bit of a hiccup. So for Michael Vibes, they already scored pretty huge margins out there. But if they score more, then it's going to be pretty much over where they can be crowned champions. We'll see what happens. We'll go on a short break, and when we come back, we'll bring you to the final game of the Night of Champions.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, here we are, the final match of the Night of Champions. It all comes down to this moment, and fittingly, we're heading to Miramar, the land of open fields, daring rotations, and relentless battles. The stakes couldn't be higher, and the tension in the air is electric. This is your girl, Red Queen, together with Contra, and we are about to close this down.
That's right, and it all boils down to this. We see the effort coming out of 4Tries to race to the finish line, to overtake everybody out there and claim the title as the champions of the night. Can they do it is going to be the big question here at Red Queen, because it all goes down to the scenario where if Formecco Vibes is going to be at play, and if they score more than 5 points, it might just be over here. But you know what? I have to remind you guys that tomorrow is going to be a big party, as we will have the Ruthless Invitational Showdown. A brand new season awaits you. So make sure you hit that sub button and tune in, because this grand finals will run for 4 days back to back.
As you all know, teams are already prepping up for the official tournaments that will be just around the corner. So it's going to be a total of 4 days of action here from the 5th of April to 8th of April for the grand finals here, ladies and gents. And again, just like what Contra mentioned, do not forget to hit that sub button so you don't go missing out on all the action that is about to happen inside the Ruthless I8 Esports community. So just to give you an idea about the teams that will be playing for the Invitational Showdown, well, we've got, again, 3 groups here, 20 teams playing, of course, for the glory and for the crown of the Ruthless Invitational Showdown 9. Season 9, wow.
That's right. We've already made it this far, and I'm pretty sure that you guys will want to witness some of all these amazing stuff coming out of all the teams out there. Now, I think that you and I have got the same idea right now, Red Queen, on this final prediction. I'm going with 4Tries for sure.
You know what? Okay, let's go for 4Tries. It's about time that we show our all-out support to this Pakistani team. They've been working hard. You know, they've been giving their fans a very good show. So I don't know if they're doing a live stream as well, you know, just to showcase like a great POV from their side. So if you can reach them, let them know or tag them that, hey, we are looking at you, 4Tries. Come on and bring home the bacon.
Well, you've gotten your predictions correct from that last run, and same goes to, you know, production, who's been able to, you know, score everything. Come on, I want it as well. So I'm hoping on 4Tries to be able to just bring it home this time around. But for Formecco Vibes, they're definitely fancying this golden opportunity, and they gotta ensure that they land the shot here to just cure everything right at this current moment. So that's it. It is still going to be a little bit of a daunting task, though. I'm not gonna lie. I'm looking at all these big names out there. It still could be anyone's to take.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with you. Formecco Vibes, you know, remain at the top of the overall leaderboard, holding strong after an incredible tournament run. Their consistency has been unmatched, and they've set the bar high, you know, for everyone else. But after 4Tries' victory in match number 9, I think they've made it clear, you know, for the rest of us that they're not going down without a fight. You know, this team has proven time and time and again that they can thrive under pressure, and they'll be bringing everything they've got to the battlefield. And we did call this out since yesterday that I believe for the Night of Champions, Contra, you need to have a number 4 in front of your name, or at the beginning of your name, to win the fight.
Well, that calls for 4 chicken dinners, and perhaps that might just be why they have the number 4 up in their name. Looking pretty solid from what they've been offering us throughout the span of the evening. So here we go for one last time for the night, as we will offer you the moment that we've been waiting for. So who will be our champions of our NOC iteration?
Oh man, here we go. After a lot of grueling matches, we're down to the final round this evening. And just to mention, of course, some teams like Alpha 7 and Vampire Esports who have been popping up and climbing the ranks with some insane elimination numbers. Let's not forget the dark horses like Bigetron Esports, finally hitting their stride with a WWCD in match number 8. So every single team is famished, to make their mark in this final game. Now, here we go, ladies and gents. Miramar's sprawling landscapes and unpredictable zones, strategy and positioning, of course, will be key. Who's going to take control of those high ground vantage points? Who's going to be brave those risky rotation? And who's going to seize the ultimate glory in this final showdown?
It all comes down to this. The flight path starts from the north point, heading into the quarters of Puerto Paraíso. For American Vibes so far have really shown dominance back in day one. Of course, the competition have been shaken and stirred by all these amazing names hailing from Pakistan. So it all comes down to this one final map. BTR as well as HORAA Esports are the first movers out of the plane.
I feel like it's going to be pandemonium at the get-go here, since this is their last chance, right? And usually when we're at the last game, things are, or teams are actually going out guns blazing, and just trying to hit each other. Some of the teams will definitely drop and challenge up, the bigger dogs in the yard, so to speak. But again, we can already hear some gunshots, happening. Weibo Gaming on the screen right now versus JD. So this is a bit of a civil war happening right now.
And just a little bit party to get things going here. Well, it's going to be a little bit back and forth. Not really finding the mark just yet, but out in the open, Yang secures the knock, as that's going to be Dreamy out for the count for now.
All right, here we go. We've got JD, of course. They have the upper hand advantage up against Weibo. And again, CDD found an opportunity to take a point there. Weibo needs to do a little reset because they don't have guns or ammos just yet. They don't have enough resources to back this one up. And JD's just kind of, taking advantage of this one. And again, what an absolute top-notch aim right there. And a massive spray from CDD, hence getting the job done. Once again, it's a 2v1 dance-off, and JD ultimately got the victory from JD, or from Weibo Gaming, rather.
They're just closing things out rather swiftly, while inside of Picado seems to be pretty much emptied out for Vampire Esports. They waste no time. They've already looted a couple of items, but Venturas definitely wants to look for an upgrade, where we're already looking at, just a couple of all these items now well secured, but it's all short-range weaponry. So, of course, we're hoping that there's just going to be a little bit more that they could bring to the table. Meanwhile, as we take a look at the rest of the Savior, they definitely have entertained us heading into the majority of all these matchups. But, of course, looking at the current standpoint, the Savior probably might not be able to contest for the final few couple of points that we're looking at, but I'm thinking that they've definitely have been able to at least bring up the heat now that they're over onto the far corners of Los Lunas. But Vampire Esports have heard a couple of all these rally shots as we're looking for further commitment inside the city up against RW.
I do have a hunch, though, for the side of was it Vampire Esports? Was it Vampire? No, I think the Savior, because I haven't seen Batman play. Maybe that player with a Chinese character must be Batman. Who came from Team Flash. So perhaps he's the one playing the fourth member right there. But speaking of the Savior, Pathogen again with an accurate shot of putting down one enemy from inside the game. Just not quite sure who that was. Perhaps that was Rowdy coming from A1 AERO. And now this that actually paved the way for the rest of D Savior to kind of push and crash this compound, sealing the deal and sending back Rowdy in the lobby.
Yeah, rather surprising to actually see that Paragon has always had such a high hit rate in the early game to secure pretty much first blood for his team. Despite last game inside Erangel, they did manage to score as much as they wanted to. So of course, we're just hoping to actually see them actually come up with something special moving into this equation. But for the moment, we're already looking at a little bit of a decent exchange coming in, where Vampire Esports now rocking up to the stadium to eventually close up this fight up against RW.
Early elimination, though, for the side of Tony K, but not exiting the game, of course, without setting a point or setting points for himself here. Of course, the fight continues on between Vampire and, of course, Rogue Warriors over here. Victorious with his Uzi keeps on firing, trying to, of course, get that point done. But Rogue Warriors is kind of responding effectively as well. Unfortunately, though, Ventoris has a shotgun. So he was trying to lure him in with that Uzi and then pulled out his shotgun. And that was a clean, convincing win from the side of Vampire Esports. So that was a quick 4 points for the VPE.
Yeah, it's been a wild ride for some of these members of Rogue Warriors, but Vampire Esports so far has been unrelenting. And they're just going to be showing us a whole lot more out of this matchup. So we'll definitely have to see what will they bring to the table. And Vampire Esports, if they could just improve a couple more of their standings, that would be perfect for them. And look at the current scenario. It seems like the coast is clear for the rest of Vampire Esports. The region of Picado is also covering some of all the areas of the circle, so that's good news. So we'll definitely have to see what the rest of Vampire Esports do with it.
I'm looking at the position of teams currently. Okay, so D-Savior, they are inside Los Leones together with A1 AERO, and we've seen an exchange happen between these teams just a while ago. I mean, it was an early elimination for Rowdy. So again, A1 is not out of the woods just yet. In this case, they're not out of Los Leones just yet. I mean, there's really not much pressure on the side of D-Savior since they already have the advantage up against A1 to try and hunt them down or hunt them out. They definitely smell blood. But since, Los Leones, a part of Los Leones is still included in the circle, they could probably chill for a while, but not if, the D-Savior decides that, okay, maybe it's time for us to get those points and prepare, just in case there will be teams that will use Los Leones as their main entry point. And in that case, that would be Dplus KIA.
Yeah, speaking of which, we're just going to see if Dplus KIA can also, once again, overtake some of these members of Four Tribes. They are definitely still in the race, so let's not forget about them at all. Whereas taking a look at the rest of the pack, it seems like they're just going to be having a decent run in. The rest of Nongshim RedForce, they're just by the corners of the power grid hill, and now we're getting a little bit of altercation. It's always going to be Nate and the rest of the Savior to be able to rock up something. It seems like he's going to be overwhelmed in the formal numbers, but we'll see what the Savior could actually do. I'm hoping that he does not overcommit, because this is still going to be rather risky coming from DX.
And that's a tricky part when we're playing in Miramar, right? You cannot just get inside those buildings because there's a lot of blind corners to begin with. And Hitman has been effectively doing his job, has been living up to his reputation as the Hitman of the group. He's been putting down a lot of players inside the game. And First Blood, I think, would be Pathogen from D-Savior. And even if D-Savior is playing with just 3 of their members, they've been training exactly for this one, just in case it happens in the professional league, wherein they will have to play at a deficit. And seeing D-Savior still thrive in this kind of situation. It's a high pressure game. It's a high stress game, and they seem to be winning the fight up against A1. It's again a phenomenal run. A phenomenal display of skills and raw talent here from Vietnam's D-Savior.
It definitely is. We're really want to see what else does the other Southeast Asian teams have in store for us, because RQ, they definitely showed up with a strong note, and after that have remained to be rather silent for the entire course of the night. Of course, there were certain matches that they were not involved in. They could improve. They can see a chance to overtake the Savior as well. As we take a close look over the points, Vampire Esports, they add those 4 points to tally. They are going to see if they could chase up against 4 tribes. Dplus KIA also needing to do a little bit more of a wonder in order to keep up to the pace of Vampire Esports.
I mean, I agree with you. I mean, RQ kind of again faded from glory. I mean, yesterday, the par did an amazing job, showcasing his skills as well, putting up 11 elimination points, under his name. And that for me was such a great fan service, to the fans there. But meanwhile, we've got Tianba racking up some points here up against JD. Obviously, JD right now getting butchered by Tianba Esports. Again, this is a civil war happening. This is China versus China. And now we can see that Mao is trying to find a great angle here using his DBS. Okay, he got a little bit of damage. That's why he stepped back for now. But of course, the fight is not over. And Yang was able to put him down. Unfortunately, though, from afar. Great support coming from QZ111.
What a crazy angle out of QZ. I mean, that's something that nobody expects coming in from the back end of the power grid. But JD Gaming, of course, they were happy. They took out a Titan to kick off this match, and they're happy enough with that 4-pointer run. We'll probably might see more of them heading into the Ruthless Invitational Showdown. Now, take a look at this. This has been the home territory for most of these members of Format Gold Vibe, and now their home is getting absolutely invaded with so many teams. HORAA Esports wrapping over on the back, and there's C1 already next to the side of Format Gold Vibe. So we are going to see if whether or not this is an urban setting for our final showdown.
Judging by the situation, Tianba will be coming from the north side. It will be a late game for them, I believe. But so far, looking at the position of teams here, it's a free spot over to the north side. But I think RQ is definitely going to be holding on to that portion of that compound up north. Pretty close with NS RedForce and Vampire Esports, but NS RedForce, a fight will definitely break out between them and the Fourth Thrives, because Fourth Thrives will be coming from outside of the zone. Coming with the kill feed, though, it's D Savior versus Dplus KIA down south of the circle here, and Osal is the one currently knocked down on the ground.
Yeah, we saw Nate being primed in from the members of the Savior, and they're definitely looking for another heavy commitment. And very quickly, Labos just secures the 5th point for the Savior, as they're hoping to land more of these numbers up against the rest of Dplus KIA. But they're kind of holding back as well, because they understand that their position isn't exactly the best at the moment. And it is just a fortress for Dplus to just hold out for that compound. While the rest of these teams, they're just looking for certain areas of the valley to just get that upper hand, and we're going to see whether if RQ can pull up something huge from this standpoint.
Yeah, a little mishap happened on the side of Fourth Thrives here. Just a while ago, we anticipated a fight to break out between NS RedForce and Fourth Thrives, but this time it's going to be RQ. And with their position, definitely going for a pinch here. I mean, No Gut will try to get them from behind, so that could be a major backstab here for the side of Fourth Thrives. They are on a vulnerable spot here, not gonna lie, and it could be hard for them to pull off a win here, since they are in between NS RedForce and RQ, and this is all happening from outside of the zone. So they need an amazing maneuver here just to make sure they stay alive.
And speaking of which, Naki does actually get a knock, and just like that takes out Gen Foss. There's going to be a little bit of blow for blow, as that is going to be Naki just getting the entire field of view of the valley. RQ now backs exposed over on the blue zone, so perhaps that was, like what you said, was required for the side of 4 tries in order to make their mark in this match.
Okay, here we go. And now the circle half shifted once again, ladies and gents. So the question is if NS RedForce will be joining the party there with RQ and 4 Thrives, or will they prioritize getting inside the circle instead? But then if you do have that opportunity to potentially get some points or get some job done, could be very tempting, you know, for the side of NS RedForce. Champion Esports, on the other hand, we've got Kino flexing his 1 elimination point, and now we're back to IQQ here. 4 Thrives, he went in for the jump shot. Ooh, did not work out well for him, so that was a great save there coming from RQ, but here comes T24 now with a DBS. Kind of hesitated a bit, which paved the way for RQ to recuperate in the situation, but T24 now cooking up a nade here. He couldn't get close, and he got shot from afar, and RQ might win this match.
They're definitely looking to close it all out. Meanwhile, BTR holds out the line, shot a boy, just looking to just deplete the rest of these members of the Saber, but just like that, it came down to a closure. 6 points in, the Saber definitely has entertained everybody out there today. But of course, even more troubles lying up ahead. All these Southeast Asian teams are going up against each other. 4 tribes only left with Naki all alone inside that shack. I guess this is just a goner right now. No matter where he runs, I don't think there's any possibilities of overtaking for Miracle Vibes.
Yeah, it all started with Falak. He got shut down by RQ right at the edge of the circle there, so that was kind of a domino effect for the side of 4 Thrives. But it's okay. It's okay. NS RedForce tried to join into the mix as well, but then Tianba probably heard the gunshots and decided, okay, we can join the fight. So that puts them, you know, not in a very good spot, I can say, because they're getting slaughtered right now by Tianba. We got XZY on the ground, and now we got GG Bun having an exchange, trying to dance it off. But it's a good thing Nongshim RedForce might be able to turn the tables here up against Tianba, because we're looking at QZ 1-1 as their last remaining player. But from that exchange, they suffered a casualty as well. I mean, XZY is not part of the game anymore.
Yeah, I'm just loving the fact that all these teams are just getting that late activation, but Tianba so far have definitely exceeded expectations, and that bang kind of surprised me as well, erupting onto the corner, and now with certain areas to be able to be pretty much ripped apart, so be really careful, and that big grenade coming out of Balja as well as Kido will be able to see Sky go on his knees. But HORAA, they're just going to fully commit over on the corner. Speaking of which, this is where surprise comes right through. It's actually Supreme, actually, that will be running right around these corners as he finds a little bit of exchange. C1 still having Balja here to hold the fort. It's down to the blue zone. She's on the outskirts. He's got to make the run in. And just like that, Balja survives, but he's the next one to fall.
Oh, man. Oh, that was beautiful to watch. Not gonna lie, I mean, it was a great exchange nonetheless. But HORAA Esports did exit the game with only 2 points in total. Maybe 1 point for the placement, but not so much as it would make a difference in the overall rankings. But okay, back to the ball game, ladies and gents. 7 teams remaining. We still got Dplus KIA, of course, holding on to that compound down south. ThunderTalk Gaming was able to take control of the middle part of the safe zone. NS RedForce will be coming from the northern side, so big chance that they might find themselves maybe having a long-range exchange with Vampire Esports. But hey, BTR is still in the equation, and they're so far away from each other, probably trying to control the circle here. And well, we were talking about that one, and BTR was able to spot one member coming from Vampire Esports, and they automatically grabbed that opportunity, hence getting a point again for BTR.
Yeah, I really do like that their spread right now is just going to be pretty safe for them to secure some of the terrains, because this circle is on the outskirts of Jumeirah. where we'll see a lot of all these teams vying for certain dips as well as any form of a dome that they could actually work with. Speaking of which, Swavell now being revealed for Miracle Vibes are looking to close up against this singular target, and it's Swavell, but it's somehow stolen away by Oso. Where exactly does he even see these movements? Absolutely ridiculous work rate from that Dplus KIA member.
Redonkulous. Okay. Oh my goodness. Okay, for Miracle Vibes right now, pretty passive. You know, this must be the most passive play I've seen for Miracle Vibes in this competition. But I don't see anyone contesting or might contest their position in the overall rankings. Again, you know, the closest team that could maybe dethrone them, that would be, you know, Fourth Thrives, but Fourth Thrives unfortunately had an early elimination. So let's see if for MV will be, of course, in the mood to get another chicken dinner for the team. I mean, there's really I don't think. I mean, there's no longer a point wherein they have to be super aggro for this round because it's pretty obvious that for MV, whatever happens, they will be at the top spot here. But just for the sake of perhaps completing the sequence of their gameplay or their strategy being played out, maybe that's the fan service that they're willing to give to our audience tonight.
That's right, and whatever they could pull out of that rabbit hat, they will do so. Only 6 more teams and plenty of regions for them to close up against. I would say that it will shrink perhaps all the way into the direct center where ThunderTalk has been holding out. They've got themselves that compound, and yes, indeed, it will be. For Miracle Vibes also holding on to the compound just by the far stretch of the western end. We'll expect maybe a certain challenge coming in from some of the members of A1 or Nongshim. It's actually Nongshim. That's the closest within striking distance of For Miracle Vibes.
For now, I can see that ThunderTalk Gaming is playing the waiting game. You know, they're sitting comfortably inside the compound. There's really no point in them if they're going to leave that compound. I mean, they're safe. It's their sanctuary at the moment. They will just have to like wait for the teams to come at close, set their traps, and they could potentially score a lot of points in this situation, since I do feel like the circle will definitely shift into like the middle spot of Miramar here. So that will give plenty of chance, you know, for ThunderTalk Gaming to score a lot of points. But for 4MD, again, they're also holding on to a compound in the west side. NS RedForce is hesitating a bit, you know, in taking a spot onto the north side, because Vampire Esports might be thinking the same thing here. So an exchange again will definitely happen, and BTR might be having this idea that, okay, ThunderTalk Gaming will be snatching this compound out of your hands, and Johnny right now sending the bullets to ThunderTalk Gaming.
That's right, and this is definitely a tall task out there, but Candace could try to crack this case open by cracking a couple of grenades, but of course barely anything hitting at all. Plenty of region for ThunderTalk to slowly work it out. Smart that Ken is actually playing by the ledges, because he does anticipate any form of exchange of grenades, so he could just keep himself very well covered for now. The rest of BTR have finally arrived to see it, and Ken finds that opening pick and now charging right through, secures it. Seen Ken do wonders in these kind of instances, and now Voxy is going to be able to also go in to chime in with the effort. Johnny boy, up till now, I really do wonder who exactly is Johnny.
Well, I mean, this is an essential move, you know, for the side of BTR. I mean, it's understandable why they want to take over this compound, but oh man, Jay with an on-point nade, hitting 2 birds with 1 stone. That meant the demise of BTR. Okay, great effort though. It's just that, you know, ThunderTalk Gaming was able to get into the right position and was able to set those traps effectively, and BTR just took a bite of it, which brings us down to just 5 teams, right?
That was so clean, right? AJ with those nades set up, they didn't really have to fully commit versus a lot of the usual teams where they bring in the DPSs, they try to go in for trades, but by doing so, ThunderTalk, they hold onto that perfect position while the nades are raining from above towards Nongshim RedForce for Miracle Vibes, hoping to flush that position away from Nongshim RedForce.
Okay. I don't think the nade's gonna cut it. I mean, it's a far too wide of a space here. And both of the teams cannot really aggressively push forward because it's an open one, and the moment that you do that, your head's definitely going to be popped. So both of the teams understand the situation, so I feel like both of them are going for a reposition here. For Miracle Vibes is kind of like maybe stepping back a bit, but NS RedForce, are they going to ThunderTalk Gaming? Oh man, okay, so this is going to be a bloody compound here. Oh!
Speaking of which, another grenade coming from King this time around. ThunderTalk leaves them no room to actually breathe. So far, it's all down to what TZ can do. He cannot go in for a save, and for Miracle Vibes also picking them off. For MB, they want to close this off in style. If they secure the chicken dinner right here, it's all over and done. As a matter of fact, it might just already be done and dusted from here on.
ThunderTalk knows how to defend this very compound. They all know from which directions their enemies will be coming from. They know from which part of that compound is, I mean, they are most vulnerable at. So they're able to kind of push the enemies away and was able to get the job done time and again. They have the best chance really to get the chicken dinner here, just to go up against the algorithm that we see on the screen. I mean, it says there's Dplus KIA is going to be winning the fight, but I don't think so. But for NV, oh man, getting obliterated just like that. Oh man, that was a great show from the side of for NV, killing the remaining players of Vampire Esports.
Yeah, that was just unfortunate, where you saw the dire effort coming from Vampire Esports to try to overhaul all these members of For Miracle Vibes, and now Doctor goes in to save the day and just shuts them off completely. Keep in mind though, with Vampire Esports to be taking the fourth position, it might just see them ending up in second. And speaking of which, that play zone has devoured a member out of For Miracle Vibes while the exchange is going on. It's ThunderTalk that holds down the line. Can they defend this well enough?
Well, that is a big question. They have gone through quite a number of battles already, so again, the integrity of their vest and their armors is not good for now. But here comes the aggressive attack coming from the Koreans. It's Fabian and Chips over again. But Fabian took a nade again by Jay, but Jay was able to take down, or took down by Chips of Dplus KIA. It's a great back and forth situation that is happening. Quite a moment here. Chips is well, he's burning. He's burning right now.
And he just survives it by the skin of his teeth. Just like that, Dplus KIA keeps their hopes and dreams alive. For Miracle Vibes, they see this as the perfect opportunity to close up the fight. And the bells will ring here by the corners of the church. But for Miracle Vibes, can they finish this hurdle by celebrating not only as the champions, but with a big chicken dinner to close off our NOC?
Whew, oh man, this is like the cherry on top, you know, for the side of 4NV if they do win the chicken dinner for the last round. I mean, ThunderTalk Gaming was holding on to a great position just a while ago, but Dplus KIA made all the difference. I mean, it was an effective crash and was able to eliminate 2 players from the ThunderTalk, which puts them at a great disadvantage. From first, now they are on the last of the list here. For MV, they have the number advantage, but Dplus KIA, man, they are on full aggro right now.
Yeah, that nade is slowly starting to chip over onto Zing. As the rest of For Miracle Vibes, they're just gonna wait for these guys to still squirts inside the church, seeing how much more damage can he do all by himself is gonna be the big question here. Well, also does hear some of all these footsteps. They will try to track him as he will find himself into the direct center on the opposite side of the compound. DK, they're just gonna look to push outwards, and they're hoping to cover the tracks with a couple of these smokes, but they're not moving out just yet. I'm not too sure whether or not will Formical Vibes just continue to wait, or they will they start to lose their patience, because we're looking at Ruthless slowly creeping in.
Yep. Shing, I don't know what you're going to do in this situation, man. But it's hard being the last surviving member. I feel like the pressure is really getting to him at this moment. Now we see a flashbang happen. Dplus KIA now was able to get inside this house. No, King, or Shing rather, is prepared to take on those two members of Dplus KIA. Are you kidding me? Shing was able to pull that off. What a clutch!
Can he pull off a 1v3? It's going to be a big question next. He holds down the line, and that final icing on the cake, that cherry on top, and secure for Miracle Vibes are your champions of our Night of Champions.
Man, okay, 4 Miracle Vibes is not enough for them to be just at the top spot. You know, they wanted to smoke everyone.
And smoke everyone they did.
Oh yeah. Again, no doubt, you know, from the get-go they have been aggressive. They have been showing us what it takes, or you know, to be champion material. We have called them the golden roster for the competitive scene, and you know, with a combination of these amazing players right here. I mean, the tandem of a Top and a Dog, Ruthless and Jal, everyone is really bringing their A game here, again carrying their own weight. Only goes to show that, you know, it could be hard for the other teams to try and break them down.
That's right. This time around, for Miracle Vibes, they didn't actually show us something super flashy, but you gotta keep in mind how many teams went into Chumacera, and while they were trying to hold over on the fortress, it wasn't exactly the easiest of tasks for Miracle Vibes to survive to the tail end of this run. It is a masterclass of what Miracle Vibes have been able to pull off in this very final match of the night. And of course, that is just about good enough, where 4 tribes, they tried to really race up against them, but it wasn't exactly the best ordeal, where we saw the fight happen taking place on the outskirts of Chumacera. Just like that, the side of RQ definitely did a number on them. But after that, when it down to only 4 tribes, they say, okay, we yield, we give out this, we can settle for second or perhaps third, because we had Vampire Esports popping off yet again.
Yeah, I mean, the only time I saw 4 Miracle Vibes having an exchange in this particular match was up against Vampire Esports. It happened around North Side, if I'm not mistaken, and that was it. You know, they're pretty quiet. They stayed under the radar, and you're right. You know, they weren't as flashy as they were for this match, but they were able to get the chicken dinner. You know, again, it was a cherry on top. It was a breeze for them. Again, these boys are making it look way too easy, you know, to score those elimination points, to score the chicken dinner. But we also have to give, you know, some spotlight, or a part of that spotlight, to ThunderTalk Gaming. You know, for as long as they could, they held on to that compound. They were able to shut down not just one team there, it was 2, putting out 1,491 damage output, and getting 7 elimination points is no joke at all. It was still a great effort.
Yeah, and it was saying the star of the show, that 2 versus 1 inside of Shack. We thought he was a goner, and he managed to secure that top 2 spot. So kudos to him. And AJ was able to also shut out BTR completely. And these damage numbers have so far matched where we had that hit-to-hit comparison with them, as well as for Miracle Vibes. But majority of the damage was coming in from Shing. So, of course, ThunderTalk, at least they get to end the night with a big smile on their face. Following closely, Lamborghini finally resurged over onto being one of the top performers of the match, dealing 700 over damage in the early game.
Yeah, and also it was a late surge as well, coming from ThunderTalk, coming from JD especially, and Tianba as well. We said, at the beginning of day number two, that uh, most of the Chinese teams that we have so far in the lobby are playing it kind of passive. But this last match, at least, they did a fan service to everyone. Just, like maybe showing a little bit of muscle here and there, and just letting us see like what they can deliver inside a battlefield. So I guess that's already okay. Again, this is a pseudo stage, right? I mean, teams are using this as a learning opportunity. This is the opportunity for them to kind of be experimental with their approach in every situation, and it's fun to see that For Miracle Vibes veteran, very good at what they do, still put up a great show for us and for the casters.
That's right, and overall it's been one hell of a run out there from all our teams that's been putting everything on the line. And tell you guys what, this is going to be a big wrap for our final game, and it all draws to a close, but we still have more action, so of course do stay tuned to all our announcements. So I think this is the moment that we've all been waiting for, Red Queen. We're about to come in with those big announcements.
Yeah, the overall MVP. I'm not sure if we do have a prize here, or like a cash prize. Oh, why am I not surprised here, Contra? Why am I not surprised?
And it has to be Top so far, being the ace in the pocket for Miracle Vibes to always stay consistent and at the top of whichever tournament run that they play. So far, Tops has always been up there as the GOAT of PUBG Mobile Esports, and for very, very good reasons. We'll definitely see more out of For Miracle Vibes, and will he win a double trophy? Because we still have another grand finals to play out, and it starts tomorrow.
Yeah, Top's journey is one of the most interesting stories that you can ever look for in the competitive scene. From Stalwart Esports, where again he built his name and his reputation, and then he moved forward with the Falcons Force with the rest of the roster here. But yeah, things doesn't go always as planned or according to plan, and now I feel like getting into For Miracle Vibes and teaming up with Dog, teaming up with Joel here, and the rest of For Miracle Vibes, I feel like this is more of a redemption arc for Top, to kind of start again, but not really starting from scratch. It's starting from experience, experience from playing under Stalwart Esports, playing under Falcons Force, and now giving his talents and skills onto For Miracle Vibes and just making sure that they can dominate the global scene once again. It's kind of scary though, but because I feel like there's a lot in the line. But then again, if they can able to pull it off, that would be like a sweet, sweet victory for Top.
That's right. The entire team is definitely performing out of this world, if you really ask me. And then we also include Tony K as well as Casanova, who has been able to really put some huge damage numbers on board. As you can see, 16 elimination points, but Casanova has been able to even overtake the numbers of damage being offered by Zyle. So, of course, everybody just showed us tremendous effort. And let's take a look at the overall results, as we will have our top teams to be staring at the screen. And lo and behold, our champions of the Night of Champions are none other than For Miracle Vibes. And it is a tie between Dplus KIA and 4 Tribes. What happened there? It's the amount of chicken dinners that were the tiebreaker between the two of them.
Oh yeah. Yep. But hey, this is a great thing to see. Again, For Miracle Vibes, the only team that managed to land with a triple-digit score, which is of course a great testament that they are really the big dogs in the yard. Fourth thrives with 3 chicken dinners as well. Sets them apart, with the rest of the teams here that participated in the lobby. Dplus KIA again. One of the things that I'm really curious about is the fact that during the PMPS, it was Nongshim RedForce that got top spot, and they actually came in at 4th place.
Yeah.
So there were a lot of eyebrows raised, with the fact that, okay, why was NS RedForce at the top of their game where the PMGC champions landed at just 4th spot? So here's the theory. Maybe, since they are the PMGC champion, they have a sure slot, in the next tournament, right? So I feel like they're kind of laying low and just doesn't want to expose their overall strategy to everyone else.
Yeah, true enough. And overall, well, of course, credit where credit is due. We definitely see last-ditch efforts coming in. BTR has moved into the top 10. Unfortunately for HORAA Esports, JDG, RW, as well as Weibo Gaming, they definitely will be bouncing another shot over the course of the weekend for whoever is playing in the Invitational Showdown. So hope to actually see more effort coming in from HORAA Esports, because we definitely know that this is far from their prime form. So we'll see tomorrow onwards, will they be fresh enough to, of course, take things on a different stride, because the fans are definitely hoping for a whole lot more. And speaking of which, as we've talked about, the Ruthless Invitational Showdown 9 begins tomorrow, so don't miss out on the action. As you can see the timing listed on your screen, these are the teams that are involved, so your hot favorites are still going to be playing over the course of the weekend.
Yes, definitely. And I believe, there's a lot of you down there in the comment section really celebrating the Pakistani victories that we've seen, not just for day number 2, but also for day number 1. Even the MVP title a while ago was able to snatched by ASI8, I believe, a while ago. So I know that you guys are happy. As for the crowd favorite, we've got HORAA Esports, a non-mover at 17th place. Again, we've seen them perform in the official tournaments, and I'm pretty sure that you guys are not disappointed at all. They have been recalibrating and trying to improve their synergy as a team, so perhaps they have something going on, and it might be a different story for the Invitational Showdown, since they are also invited and included in the lineup, and that's going to happen tomorrow up until the 8th of April.
Yeah, we're also including a lot of all these other names hailing from Southeast Asia, like Team Flash, Team Secret, a lot more teams coming from the Vietnamese region. And of course, not forgetting Boing Donkey, who will also be joining us on board as well. Of course, all good things must come to an end, and this has been a wild ride where, you've been covering 2 days back-to-back, Red Queen, and there's still more to go. So make sure you guys hit that sub button. Once more, we congratulate all the teams for putting up a great show, and once again, congratulations to the champions for Miracle Vibes, and also the runner-ups for T, and not forgetting some of the members coming in from Dplus KIA to make it the top, make it into the podium. That being said, Red Queen, I guess it's all that we have so far. Any last words before we end the night?
Hey guys, if you happen to have loved the commentary, if you happen to have loved the show, don't forget to give us your love and support as well. You can always follow us on all of our social media platforms. We're very easy people to find. You can find Contra, you know the spelling. It's it's down there below the cam, and also me, it's at Red Queen Andy. And also, again, don't forget to support Ruthless Esports. We should grow together as one, and I just love the fact that this is a great community, and we'll see you guys again tomorrow. About you, Contra?
Well, I'll keep it short and simple. Thank you guys so much for watching, and shout out to everybody behind production for putting on the good show. Till then, we'll see you guys tomorrow. Good night.